Good morning. Welcome to our first live career fair event for the basically oil and gas industry, but we'll talk about a lot of other things today. But I am your host, Greg Williams. I am the co-founder, or one of the co-founders of a small media company here in Houston called Lynx. Lynx is a social networking application for the oil and gas industry. We also do a lot of niche digital marketing and social media management for um, smaller companies and clients around the world. But today, this is all about you. So we a bit of background here before we get kicked off with our first guest. But we uh, we've been around since late 2017. We've taken and grown a network here to just a little over 300,000, depending on what day you check our website traffic. But we have connections around the world, and the coronavirus and COVID-19 has forced us into this virtual, kind of world, and um, where we seem to be having to use the PC a lot more to do business. And so one of the reasons why we actually created Lynx was to enable, people to keep that connection, that they had with their previous uh, working crew or their previous management. Or typically it's a lot of times now, whenever you have multiple different applications, you say, oh, you can find me on Facebook, or you can find me on LinkedIn, and you can send me an inbox message. Typically that's where you go. You don't unless you're really close to the person, you typically don't get their phone number, or unless you're you work with them, or manager or employee. So we knew that there was a disconnect from some of the different hey, hello everyone, that's Trinidad and Tobago, that's India, that's Saudi Arabia, that's Brazil. Man, it's great to see everyone here. We'll get kicked off with our first guest in about 10 minutes. But we knew that there was going to be a disconnect with some of the teams out there after I say the first downturn here. That was 3-4 years ago, and then we had the second one, and then of course COVID. But there was a lot of people that was looking for work on LinkedIn, and it didn't look like there was a lot of coordination happening there. And so we decided to create this networking application and try to funnel everybody into one spot, because we know that in this industry, it works best if we are all together and as a team working in the same direction. So yeah, we kicked that off, and then we've grown it up, like I said, to a little over 300,000, and we've been petitioning to get this LinkedIn Live option for a year now, and we got granted the ability to go live here about 2 months ago. So we started planning this event. We have a lineup today of multiple recruiters and companies, and let's see here. They are we've been lucky enough to have a lot of good friends in a lot of different places. So we'll be bringing on Connect Energy, and then Ascendency Services, Brunel, the Agency Network, ICS. Our business development manager, Mr. Schrader, will come on, and speak a little bit about some of the other things that we're doing. Mr. Kyle Mosley with Walker Elliott. We've got Ryan Ray, War Room Media. Stacy Nosworthy with Puglisevich, that's recruiting here in the Gulf of Mexico. 3D Media, Oil Country Media, Data Gumbo, and MSHS. So all of these people in these companies there has been some kind of connection or networking that's taken place with Lynx or myself or some other person in the company, back a few years ago. So as we go through this morning and go through the day, through the event, you will see that there's a lot of connection and a lot of networking that's happened to bring a lot of people together for this event. Although it's not easy to get. I think we applied like 4 times, and we around 55 to 56,000 followers for the LinkedIn page, and we were granted the option at somewhere about 66,000. So it wasn't. We haven't had the option long, but we figured out how to get all this gear set up, and right now we're broadcasting from Houston, Texas, it's on 1960. We're just a couple of miles north of the energy corridor. It's the landscape out here has changed a bit since Hurricane Harvey and some of the other things post hurricane from the flooding. But I'm glad to see everyone online here. We've got people coming in from Indonesia, Trinidad, Nigeria. From the West Java. Good to see you. Multiple people looking for work. We got people coming in from Algeria, South Africa, Nigeria. Yeah, I mean it's great to have this kind of platform to be able to reach this many people. And so whenever we were granted the option, the first thing that I wanted to do is obviously give back as much as we can, because that's what we should be doing whenever you have the ability and you have the tools to give back to the industry. Then you should give back as much as you can. So that's kind of where we're at. The schedule's going to be tight this morning. We're going to get kicked off with our first guest in about 5 minutes, but this will run until 11:30 a.m. CST, Houston time. So for everyone around the world, that's good morning, good afternoon, or good night. And I hope that you enjoy the event today. We are going to go ahead and bring in Mr. HJ from Connect Energy. Let's not leave him standing by for too much longer. But if there's any questions or any comments, then feel free to leave them in your comment section, and we will try to catch them as we go along. If there's anything else that does come up, then you can feel free to send us an inbox message on basically any platform out there. We have an existence except for Pinterest, but we are looking at Pinterest. So without further ado, we will bring on Mr. HJ with Connect Energy.
Right.
HJ, how are you?
I'm good. Good morning to you, Greg.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah. It's the evening here right now.
Absolutely. First off, I want to appreciate, I want to say thank you and Connect Energy for coming on and, having this chat or this discussion with me. It's not all the time that we speak, but I think the last time we actually sat face to face was, I think, in 2013 or something like that. But we've kept in touch. Yeah, we've kept in touch over the years, and I think that that project was, I would consider it success for both me and you with the tungsten. So yeah, this is so for anyone that doesn't know, Mr. HJ here, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay, Greg, thanks for having us here. It's really our privilege and to be here. Just want to share more about Connect Energy. I'm not sure if how much of the audience understand about Connect Energy. Basically, we are a manpower provider. We specialize in the provision of human capital management and recruitment solutions to worldwide clients in the energy, infrastructure, and process industry. So primarily, we actually provide manpower to the drilling rigs, the offshore sectors, and also the executive search for the oil and gas industry too. So for me, myself, I actually look at the offshore industry. And what our service include recruitment services, contingency workforce, crewing management, mobility management, and project management, just to name a few. This is basically us, and we are actually headquarters in Singapore. We have a total of about 6 offices, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, and the Middle East. So if you look at our demographics, we actually look at recruitment solutions mostly in the Southeast Asia and also Middle East. Yep.
That's fantastic. You've looks like you've grown a bit since we started since I first met you. Absolutely. So so just again, what regions are you currently covering for recruiting right now?
Right now, we are actually looking at Southeast Asia. When I mention Southeast Asia, primarily the jobs are still in Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, and also in the Middle East and India itself. So that's our primary market. Of course, we do actually do recruitment services, some kind of project management for sectors outside this region, such as Brazil as well. But our primary focus still remains in Southeast Asia and Middle East.
Awesome.
Yep.
So, so what's your current kind of overall feelings about the market right now, and what projects are you guys working with or looking at?
Okay, it's been really a tough year, I would say, for
For
everyone.
sure.
COVID issue and all these things actually really caused a downturn for our industry. It has been bad, I would say. But thankfully, things are picking up right now, especially in the Southeast Asia region, Malaysia and Indonesia. We do have some jobs going on, BB Tangguh and some of the drilling rigs in Malaysia. So that's what we are doing for the moment right now. We're recruiting, and we are also looking at onshore and renewables projects. So we are working with also shipyard to build on more on some vessels transformation and to work in the renewable sectors, especially in Taiwan. So that's what we are aiming to and going to work there as well. So primarily right now, the job still is in Southeast Asia. We're targeting all these jobs, and of course, we do hope that actually there's more jobs opening, and we will advertise. And this is definitely a great platform for us to reach out to the people interested as well.
We have a question here, real quick, HJ. It's how is the pandemic affecting people moving in and out of different regions?
This is very bad as well. I mean, just to cite an example, in Malaysia, there are certain nationalities that can't go in the past few months. For example, because of, they have a ruling saying that if you have more than 100,000 over COVID cases, you can't enter to the country, even though we have worked for them, but they are not able to enter the country because of these reasons. And when you enter the country, you are subjected to like 14 days of quarantine plus those swab test procedures. That is like 20 days before you even work on the rig, before you even start on the rig.
Right.
And after that, when you go back home, it's another 14 days in the home country from wherever you come from. And all these are costs. These are costs to either to us or to the drilling contractor or to the employer. This add up significantly, and this definitely eats into the margin that people already budgeted for. So indeed, it's very tough for people right now, especially for the employers, because nobody has budgeted for COVID-19. Nobody has factored in COVID-19 pandemic to be so bad.
Bet you have it now.
Yep, we have to factor in that right now. So again, it's very difficult.
Exactly.
Is you have to and to keep up with the local regulations in every state, in every country. That is very time consuming. But nevertheless, I would like to, thank my client as well, because they are very understanding. They know what's going on, and they do not just simply put the blame on us, saying that, hey, why are you getting your guys on time? But with the regulation, things could change. Previously, you need 3 days to join a rig just after getting a swab test done, but the rules could change immediately. You need a 14 days quarantine. That impacts everyone, even though people are on board.
Yeah, and you're right. The other thing about that too is, when you're talking about, operating and managing an international staffing company, which you guys do, when you start looking at just normal crew rotation, the timing for that, but then, say for example, if you do have an employee that has a medical condition and you have to repatriate that employee, or get their family into the country or get them out of the country, then that's just additional time spent trying to get people moved around. And no, it's not an easy fix. I've spent more time in quarantine since March of this year than I think I actually have spent actually managing an operation. So I think the one of the things about it is it makes you really reflect on who you are. I mean, you spend a lot of quality time with yourself. There's absolutely nothing else on this world, that will put you in a place like that other than being in quarantine in a foreign country. So it's I mean, and the good thing about it is when you get to know a lot of the local staff, a lot of the hotel staff. I mean they're very friendly. And you're very fortunate to have good places to stay with decent meals, because that seems to be one of the other exactly seems to be one of the other situations is, what's available to actually consume in some places, because of you may have a menu with 3 options on it. And if you're there, for 30 days, because we've had, some people in quarantine, depending on, the time they arrived in country, we've had some people in quarantine, up to 40 days before. And that's just to, obviously there's some things there with the client and different things from travel to the vessel, but, and, these people are patient. The people that are, the guys that are coming in from out of country are patient, but there is a lot of time that they spend in these hotels that there's nothing for them to do. And so it's just, besides having a couple of menu options and watching everything they can on Netflix, then basically, they run out of things to do and boredom kicks in. So yeah, totally. It's definitely been a different year for sure.
Yeah, so indeed, it's definitely not easy right now. A 28 days hitch can go up to like 60 days. It's tough on the guys as well. And like Greg, we had an emergency medical situation in Singapore recently as well. And then the thing is that people have to actually we have to contact not just the maritime organization, but we have to get approval from immigration to get them onshore. That's how complicated things are going on, and that explains.
So say that again, HJ. You have to have approval. What now?
We have to get approval not just from the maritime organization, but also the immigration and the doctor's approval to get them onshore before they can seek medical treatment.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's something I haven't had to. That's something I haven't had to do yet. But that's a new one on me.
Yeah. So it's definitely tough on everyone. I would say is being offshore right now. It's not an easy task.
No, and I mean the thing about it is even whenever you find openings and positions and places to put people in, it's a month to a month and a half before you can even actually fill the position.
Yep.
So in these the way the market is, a lot of the contracts are short-term contracts, and if you are in the middle of that contract, then you're just short deployed for the rest of the contract. That's basically the way it's going to work. There's no getting anyone into that position. It's just not. You have to take it,
Yeah, and that's a rig manager like you. Yeah, is a challenge,
No, it's a challenge. I think it's made us look at additional resources and plan for further events. Kind of we know that COVID's there was a question here from Mystery about the how this transition would look like if there was a vaccine available, but the worldwide, I think each country is going to facilitate a process just like they facilitated the travel and immigration process with the vaccine. So it's not going to be, some countries are going to be slower to adopt it than other countries are, but it's going to look like sometime in the future that you have to be vaccinated probably before actually coming into the country, and you'll probably have to show some kind of vaccination certificate. That's what I think anyway. I mean, there's going to be different variations and versions of it, but and there's another comment here. Our industry now replies on they rely heavily on these guys working offshore and spending all this time away from their families. So and those are what we call heroes now. Because they spend these 6-7 months. So we've had them. The longest I've heard has been up to 200 days on board this year. So and there's multiple stories like that. And I mean it's never easy, to tell the small ones that dad's not coming home or mom's not coming home for. It's not just a few days anymore. Now it's months and months.
And you never had an answer. You never had a definitive answer of the sign of when you're reaching home.
Yeah. All right, HJ. Well, it's been fantastic. I appreciate your time this morning. I know it's late for you there, and it's always been a pleasure. And I look forward to speaking with you more in the future.
Thank you very much.
Just to kind of wrap it up here, how can people find you and your company?
Okay, of course, we have a website on Connect Energy. If you just Google it, and we are on LinkedIn on various social media such as Facebook and also Telegram. So if there's anything, feel free to reach out to me. I'm on LinkedIn myself, or you can send me a text message or anything, and feel free to let me know if you have any queries.
Fantastic, HJ. Well, I sure appreciate your time. And I thank you for coming on this morning. If there's any questions or anything that I have that I can get over to you inbox through LinkedIn from this event, I will be sure to pass them on.
Thank you very much, Greg. Thank you for inviting us as well.
Thanks, HJ.
Have a good day.
Have a great day.
Yeah.
Bye. All right. I'd like to personally thank HJ. He's one of the nicest individuals that you'll ever work with. He's very patient and very nice to work with. I like HJ. He was one of the good things with HJ is that Connect is a very small company, and when you're working with small companies, you get a tailored experience. A lot of times, you think these smaller companies don't have the resources that the larger ones do, but they have a lot of good things going for them. And I think the one of the largest things that people have to keep in mind is that it's not their personal responsibility to handle one-on-one communications with a lot of the different resources that are being required now to get people on board rigs, right? They it's a lot of times it's the actual drilling contractor that has to make the plans and preparations, but the staffing companies have stepped up and towed the line here and have brought additional resources to support people around the world. So I think as an organization, or as all of the organizations out there, they have to remember that that everybody's a team and we all need to work together to get through it. So yeah, Mr. HJ and Connect Energy. The backstory with myself and HJ is that you'll see one of the photos here hanging on the back of the wall of the startup for the Tungsten Explorer. And that photo there was taken in 2013, but Connect came in and worked with us and supported our startup with the Tux, and it was one of my best startups to date, simply because there was people like HJ and Connect available to get us kicked off on the right foot. And one of the things that really worked out well was the market was extremely busy at that time, and finding people to go to work was not easy. So it was kick, scratch, and claw at the last minute, and we think that it was a success. It was one of the quickest ships that was ever built. I think it was Ken Ken would be mad if I misstated this, but I think it was about 23 months from the time the steel was cut until the time we put the rig into operations. And so Connect was one of those teams that that stepped in there. They had some really good experience, really good teams. We had worked with them in the past on some different operations for the company, and yeah, HJ was there, was on top of his business. So our next guest is Mr. Donnie Bowman with he's the CEO of Ascendency Services Group. We will be adding him to the stream now. So here we go.
Hey, good morning, Greg. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Good morning. Absolutely. How are you this morning?
I am fantastic for a Thursday morning in Houston. It's not snowing and I got coffee, and so far so good.
No, I have to agree with you. I had I'm working on the last little bit in this one here, but for anyone that doesn't know and is going to ask in the future, okay, so this coffee cup was my kids, and it's one of these thermos type with the nice plastic lid and everything else, but it says Dad, the man, the myth, and the legend. So for anyone that doesn't know Mr. Donnie, he's a legend. So introduce yourself. Introduce yourself, Donnie.
Well, my wife would tend to say that, but maybe in a different way. She got me this coffee cup. Says you've been my favorite adventure so far. So we say life's always an adventure, and you got to share it with somebody. So your segue with HJ is perfect now, because I as well run a small business. For everybody joining again, my name is Donnie Bowman, Ascendency Services Group. I got my background. I started out at a high school in the Army. I was an ordnance officer. I did 2 overseas tours. I got out the Army in 2010. I did some overseas government contract work. And all of us that work in the oil field, I worked in logistics. So, logistics usually revolves around solving problems, getting things done, right? So I went from overseas. That was about the time of the drawdown in Iraq. So I got started in the oil field with FMC. I was a field service hand, and then went on to run their biggest frac shop at the time down in Corpus Christi. After that, I worked with a company called Control Union. I ran their North American operations. It's a testing and inspection company out of Holland. Did great work with them. Had a couple of huge projects in the Gulf of Mexico. We expanded into Trinidad and down into Mexico, and also did quite a bit of work up in Canada. I started my own business in 2017. It's a service-disabled veteran-owned small business. And we're located in Montgomery, Texas, about 45 minutes north of Houston, so right on the edge of the energy capital of the world. Really, our business, but we can do various things, but it really revolves around identifying and managing and either mitigating or eliminating risk. And so that risk can either be individual or in business processes, or in the strategic planning of a business and an operation. So again, we provide many different services to the industry. We don't necessarily go on rigs, but we make things happen behind the scenes and at headquarters and in the offices to make sure that what happens on the rigs goes smoothly, right? It's a bit of that logistics that you get what you need on time and problems are solved. One of the biggest things that we provide the industry, especially individuals, is financial education and planning. So, when you go off and like what y'all were talking about earlier, you used to get a 3-week rotation. Now you may be over there a little longer. But you get a paycheck still. So what do you do with that paycheck? How does your family manage it? How do you manage it to be able to find those right tax advantages, the right shelters? And the first thing I heard in the oil field, besides having a backup to your backup, is always save for a rainy day, right? So there may be a time when they don't call you back and invite you back to the rig, or jobs change, or whatever the case may be. So we do that quite heavily. We do that through online virtual workshops. We also do that in-person one-on-one, and we also do that for small and medium-sized businesses. We come in and talk to the owners and the key personnel. And so from that, we offer a lot of products and solutions, especially in the insurance world. The property and casualty side for business general liability, and we have fleet auto insurance and inland marine insurance for big moves. Also key personnel within small and medium-sized businesses, different executive bonus plans, and the company doesn't offer a 401k anymore. They end that program because of cutbacks due to COVID or the market outlook. We help people with their 401k rollovers, get them into other strategies. And also now, really with the uncertainty of different diseases, not just COVID, but other things coming along, a lot of people realize they're not adequately prepared with proper health and life insurance, not just for themselves, but also for their family. So we make sure that we give people this peace of mind. Also, a lot of times when we're talking with companies, we realize that their safety training and that their safety programs for their employees aren't necessarily as robust as they could be. So we offer quite a bit of OSHA training, risk behavior training, fire inspection training and analysis, and also CPR, first aid, and AED training. Teach people how to save a life. Along with that, we quickly realize that companies that are blowing and going are going after work, maybe they're not doing it in the best strategic manner possible. So we do strategic planning, we do risk audits. A lot of companies now, they're taking the time if they have an idea in the back of their head, but they just never brought it to market or brought it to fruition. We go through product launch plans with businesses, especially around the materials and some of the new high-speed advanced ceramics and polymer type products in the oil field. We help them get those products to market. And the biggest one since COVID, the nice thing about the oil field is we are technically advanced, right? And we're on the forefront of innovation and technology, but also our people work hard. We get the job done, we do what we say we're going to do, and we make it happen. And the federal government and state governments in the United States, they need that type of person and that type of business. So we do what's called oil field to government liaison work. A lot of businesses that are traditionally in the oil field, especially services businesses, they have goods or services that translate to the government side, and the government buys what they sell. So we help businesses. It can seem a little daunting, but we help businesses get set up on the government side. We help them get registered on the different websites. We do research for them to help them know where target market and target audiences. And then we help them with marketing tools and products, and actually help them write proposals and execute government work. So when you talk about how COVID has impacted our operations this last year, it's on one aspect, this has completely changed how we do things in the remote environment now. Instead of going face to face and sit in Houston traffic to have a lunch meeting and maybe another meeting in the afternoon, right. I can sit and talk to 10 or 15 people a day. So in that aspect, it's really helped Ascendency reach a larger audience and to help people solve more problems. But also you miss some of that face-to-face contact, right? There's a lot of nuances that are missed in communication, but really helping people solve problems and working hard and dealing with people. COVID has just allowed that to flourish through the remote online environment. But also businesses are hurting, right? Let's be quite honest. In the oil field, if some of those projects are delayed or fully canceled, you need to find money and projects to keep the lights on. So that really the oil field to government liaison work, and also the financial education and planning. Those are two of our biggest service offerings that have blossomed in the last year, and people realize that whether it's their business or their personal life, that they weren't prepared for this. That in their strategic plan and their business plans, there wasn't quite enough flexibility or robustness built into the plan to be able to shift focus and to be able to keep your powder dry for an extended period of time. Now, none of us could have really predicted this, but on the same time, there's always opportunities in your business and in your personal life to have some redundancy and have some backups and the flexibility to really identify what you're good at, and also identify the risk in your life, and then be able to transition left or right. It's kind of like skiing down a mountain. I lived in Colorado, but I don't miss the
kind of like weather. Skiing down a mountain on fire
backwards
with a gorilla chasing you.
That's right. That's right, for
Yeah.
sure. So as long as you make it to the bottom of the hill, that's what counts. But
Yeah.
you have to cut your skis, right? You can't just go down straight. You got to go left and right, and you got to get around the obstacles while things are chasing you. So that's what we've really had the opportunity to share with quite a few businesses and individuals this year, and to help them feel comfortable skiing down a mountain with a gorilla on fire on their back to get to the bottom. So
Man, it's been a
another
challenge.
it's been a huge challenge for sure. I won't say we've always been successful doing it in the businesses we worked with, but what we have seen, even some of the businesses that have failed and not gotten through from January until today, those business owners and employees, not only have they learned how to adapt and be flexible, but they started new business and new opportunities and gone into other aspects. It's still in the oil field, it's still in the oil industry, but now kind of, especially in Houston, we think in terms more of being in the energy sector instead of just oil patch now.
Sure.
And so
Absolutely.
again, going back to what we say, well, at least in our lifetimes, there'll never be a need to completely get away from oil and gas. But now, again, us being on the forefront of technology and with our experience in oil and gas, we can offer value to the energy industry. And I think that's a fantastic opportunity that we have in front of us that not a lot of other companies and industries can say. If you're not in that industry, well, go work at Walmart, greeter. But now we have the opportunity to get into other ventures and other avenues that fit within our industry, but maybe not selling pumps.
No, that's right. I mean, there's a lot of the technology that applies to a lot of different verticals out there. And I mean, the thing about energy and the people that work in energy is, I mean, it's not a industry or a business that's made for everyone, because it's long hours. It's a lot of planning, large projects.
That's right.
There's never any of these projects that you go out there and get it done in just a couple of days. They're massive, and that it's basically like I compared these. If you take the Houston Tollway, for example, and just run. Of course, this was pre-COVID-19, but when you start talking about the amount of people that transit through the tollways, and the amount of money and the steel and everything that was going into operations a year ago, there was basically, I think they were collecting on tolls. It was wow, I think it was close to 750, 800,000, daily cars going back and forth through those tollways.
Massive.
And I mean,
massive
it is.
amount.
Absolutely. And you just think about the money and the people and the transit network. And I mean, it took them years and years and years to build those tollways and put those processes in place. So now, in the energy industry, you're able to get out there with the correct resources, the correct people, and the correct teams, and you're able to mobilize the same value in the same amount, in just weeks, versus having to actually build a road. So there's a lot of hard things in this industry, but one of the great points about it is when you get finished with it, there's a lot of pride in what we do. We're proud of the operation once it's complete. And there's a lot of learning points. Success is in the eye of the beholder. So it can be a success in multiple different phases.
That's right. No, and that's one thing that we tell a lot of our clients. That when you're building plans and you're putting these processes in place, if you don't bump your nose, you're probably not being aggressive enough. You're not being eager enough, because that's just who we are as an industry, right? We're going to get the job done. If we see a problem, if we see a challenge, we're going to collaborate together. We're going to bring all of our resources to bear, and we're going to figure the problem out. And so with that, I'd always tell my clients, you're putting your plan together, looking at a project or something new, let's don't run off the cliff, but let's hug the guardrails a little bit. We have to build redundancy in our plan, but also, the plans need to be realistic, but also a bit aggressive. And so that way, you know, if you're going forward and you have to shift left or right a little bit, you're always going forward. And sometimes going forward means take a step, you analyze things, and instead of taking another step forward or two, maybe take a step to the dance a little bit instead of just a street race, but still you're always getting towards your goal and achieving your goal. And that's what we do as an industry. And we take those best practices and we collaborate and learn together. And that's another great thing about our industry in general. You know, we're truly global, and one of the great things that you've done in Lynx is to connect the global oil patch. But it is a small group. You know, we run into each other at the Schiphol Airport or in you know, Brazil, or if we have to go to Takinada. You know, you run into the same people and you see the same group. So building upon the network that you establish and never failing to, we try to be the spider in the web. You know, if you look at the web as the problem, you have different resources that you connect. And if you're agile and you're mobile and flexible like the spider, you can skate around pretty good and connect the problem or connect the dots to solve the problems. So that's really what it takes now in this fast-paced, moving environment. But we never forget who we are and where we come from. We provide the oil. We provide the world with oil and gas, so we can make the world go round. Right? That's what
right.
we're doing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's really what we do in a nutshell. You know, the current feelings about the market. No, I don't have to repeat what everybody knows in their brain already. Right? Times are tough. There's a massive amount of uncertainty. You know, we'll see what 2021 brings, but what I'm confident in is the ability of the personnel and the businesses in the oil field to adapt and overcome. Whenever
Agreed.
we go on location or whenever we go to a business, you know, people start out with the long face because they expect you to be long faced. But if you go in with positivity and you're always looking for the opportunities where we can actually get some meat and potatoes and work together and collaborate and figure these things out, it's amazing how the attitudes shift around, and it's not as bad as it could seem, but it's not as great as it has been. So if we keep sticking with it and plugging in and doing the right things, doing them safely, doing them extremely high quality, and collaborating with the partners, the projects will come back online. Unfortunately, it may be a recession or some sort of war to get it back there. But the oil field 2020 isn't the first time the oil field has faced challenges globally, and it won't be the last.
No, that's right. I think you're right. You're right. One of the things there you hit on was about the new normal and kind of what the industry looks like going forward. And you know, the planning aspect is one thing, but it's the funding aspect is the other. And so a lot of these, you know, long-term projects, you know, the money starts going into these long-term projects, you know, multiple years ahead of time. And so finding these people that have access to this kind of capital and this investment has vastly changed since COVID-19's come around. It wasn't just the downturn, and it was COVID on top of the downturn. So
that's right.
We were lacking a long-term investment prior, and now we were lacking people. So it was basically taking away. It was basically taking away all your resources, and it wasn't just the petroleum industry that this was happening to. It was happening to, you know, mom and pop gas stations down on the coast in Port Fourchon. It was happening to
everywhere.
You know, fishermen. Right. It was happening. You know, it was affecting everybody.
Right.
So it wasn't just the petroleum industry. So I mean, it's worldwide for sure.
No, you're absolutely right, and that's. Sorry,
go
I
ahead.
didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's all right. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say you're absolutely right, because it seemed like the last few years, every time driving down to Fourchon, you see sometimes you see good activity with the trucks on the road. Sometimes nobody be on there and shops are closed up. So that's one thing that I can as well encourage everybody on the call is having a job now is fantastic. And if you don't have a job now, you can check out our website. We're actively hiring now for different positions. But the biggest thing is to reflect and build your resume up in such a way that you clearly display your value as a person and how you fit within a business in general. So
that's good advice.
Absolutely, because businesses now, as they are being flexible and looking at new projects and new area and things have changed, you still need people to work, right? But the people may have different, skills or licenses or certifications that are required. But more importantly, businesses need good people that work hard, that they can trust, that are flexible and dependable, and value to the team. So if you're a person either looking for a new job or thinking about a switch, think about those terms of where you add value to the organization. And those are your discussion points and talking points, because every business, Greg and mine included, we need valuable people to help us get the job done and make money so we can grow and thrive. And so I would just encourage y'all to do that. Again, at AscendencyServicesGroup.com. We're on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. You can look at ASG LLC or Ascendency Services Group. Check us out. Financial education bit that has exploded. So we need financial educators. We need teachers. If you have experience or if you're certified as a CPR, first aid, and AED instructor, we certainly need those opportunities. If you have an OSHA background, either in training or any sort of, we're looking for those personnel. And also, if you have some government background, any veterans on the call, even if you're not a U.S. veteran, if you work overseas, if you're a foreign national with other governments, maybe you have a military background in other countries, we work alongside not only the U.S. government, but also foreign governments as well, supporting the oil field and different capacities globally. But more than anything, I love to connect with you. To me, again, the more people I know and know what people do, then we can help connect the dots to keep the oil field going, like you said, Greg. So if anybody has any questions, I'm certainly open. You have my information. I think everybody else has my email address and website. We're more than happy to connect and see what we can do to help you out.
No, absolutely, Donnie. It's been a pleasure. I think I think we're good on the comments. I think there's a lot of people looking for work right now in the comments, and the best thing I can say is continue to use the processes. And this is one thing about networking. Use your network correctly. And so, every one of these social media platforms, you have to look at it like a tool. And you can look at LinkedIn as a networking tool. You should look at Facebook like a networking tool. You should look at all of these different platforms as tools and use them where they best work for you at. The way LinkedIn works, you get more attention with a better profile. So make sure you get in there, get your profile cleaned up, get your resume in there, get your CV loaded in there. That way, whenever you do put that you're interested in a position or you want to make a comment on, people's posts or whatever's out there, then people can go and actually look at your profile and see what you do. And, so like Donnie was speaking earlier, the industry is a very small world. And so there's multiple people that's coming in these comments that I've met before or have worked with before or have been around before. So the thing about this industry is it's resilient and it'll come back. So anyone that's looking for work, just stay with it. I know it's frustrating. I know it can be a lot of long hours and a lot of stress on the family, but just stay with it. Things will get better. But Donnie, I appreciate you coming on today and letting us know a little bit about what you do. I think the risk part, the risk assessment part and the financial planning is the two things that hit key with me. Whenever I was a little roughneck, I remember the reason I actually got into the oil field was because I needed insurance for my newborn.
That's right.
And it never was about financial planning for me whenever I first started. It was just so I could pay the insurance bills or have an insurance plan there for my family. And at the time, whenever I started working, it was quite a different environment than what it is now. But the financial planning, is paramount. If you continue to do this, you will understand that saving for a rainy day does actually exist. You can't rely on someone else to take care of you. You have to take care of yourself and your
you don't
family.
ever realize it until it starts to rain, right?
That's exactly right. Or until you're on those skis and you're on fire going down the hill.
You're absolutely right. And then it's a little too late to get your pen and paper and start making a plan.
That's exactly
It's
right.
always nice to do it before that. Yep. Well, maybe I'll just leave you with this. We do, and I can share it with you afterwards if you want to give it to the network or whoever signed up. We have training almost every night. It's all virtual through Zoom, but I can give you the link and people can register. Like I said, it's totally free of charge, and we go through workshops on financial planning. So more than happy to share that with everybody because I'm like you. I mean, I got into the oil patch because I saw, steady money, not good money initially. It turned out to be great money, but more than anything, I needed insurance for my family. So having that and then a plan afterwards, I could share some links with you, and hopefully everybody else can gain the same knowledge and information.
Yeah, there you go. So Donnie was the same as I was. He was looking for insurance for his family, and boom, here we are, 25, 26
Boom, here we
years
are.
old. Yeah, doing the same, doing the setup. So, Donnie, again, I
That's right.
appreciate you coming on and engaging with the crowd and with the industry. And I also appreciate what you do. Your service to the United States, from my perspective, is one of the greatest aspects about what you've done and the time that you've put back into the community and what you're sharing with them about, especially the financial planning part is amazing. There's nothing better to show people what risk is about in the ex-military. So that's these you guys are the backbone of the world as far as I'm concerned. So
well, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. That means a lot. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your service and thank you for your time this morning. And have a wonderful day, Donnie.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it, Greg. Thanks a lot. Looking forward to the rest of the lineup.
Thank you.
Yes,
Bye.
sir.
All right. Donnie's a great guy. He's also in another networking group that I'm part of called the Nomads here in Houston. And he's actually, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. He does a lot of additional work for the communities. He does a lot of different things in general. He was just speaking about, if you're struggling with with your financial planning, he's doing these free webinars. He's putting on these free events where you can just go into these Zoom calls, and get some financial planning. I mean, it's important that you know where your money's going. It's important to know where you need to put your money to, make it last and make it work, the best for you in the future whenever there is a rainy day. And there's always going to be a rainy day. So the next invitee, guest there is Aprojeti Pandey with Brunel. We will see if they come online here the next 5 or 6 minutes. But until then, we are going to step away for just a moment and take a short break, about a 5-minute break before they come into the broadcast, and we will be right back. All right. We'll run through a few comments. So this one here is from Anderson Bronzato. He's from Brazil, but he lives here locally in Texas. His comment was, I hope the Brazilian oil and gas industry comes back very soon. I think Anderson, I think it will. I think there's a lot of interesting projects that's starting to come up there, especially a lot of big subsea projects. So hopefully that'll put a bit more revenue into the stream. So hopefully people can get a bit of work there. Unfortunately, I don't think we have anybody in the lineup for Brazil, but there's always a possibility. Like I said, with the networking that we have, that you'll run into someone that can do something, or you can connect with somebody there. But yeah, it's we agree. Let's see here. There's a lot of people here that's transitioned from offshore to land, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's of course there's a love and hate mechanism right now with the fracking industry and the between the fracking industry and the offshore industry. So there's I think both of them have their pluses and minuses. I think the thing about the land work is it's not as restricted as far as your travel requirements, that especially with stuff going on with COVID-19. So it makes it a bit easier. The other part about that is a very capital intensive part of the industry. So it takes a lot of money up front to get things kicked off. And sometimes the returns are, not as anticipated. So some of the brilliance kind of wears off of it pretty quick, and people are in it and out of it quicker, than they are offshore, because it takes a bit more time and a bit more capital, or not capital, but a bit more planning for the offshore part of it. But the travel and immigration part of the offshore gig right now is still it's still very hard. There's plans in place and there's things taking place, but it's you will find yourself spending a few days in hotels under quarantine. So that's not going to go away in the near future. That's something that anybody that works offshore is going to have to deal with that in the long term. I think the main thing that we have to focus on is that there's still interest in what we do. So, and there's your resume and your CV is not dead. Your experience is not dead. It can, you can transition from one market to the next market with your experience. It's just about networking and finding that person or finding that company that you need to get in front of and show your talents to. That's all. It's not an end game. If you spent 25 years in this industry, you can find work in other industries, whether it's especially if it's structure on land, mechanical, crane operators can transition, between offshore back to, construction work, electricians. There's a lot of different positions that are linear across a lot of different industries, but the management perspective of offshore drilling, management perspective, offshore land drilling and fracking, it's all still the same thing. It's all planning, it's all project work, it's all engineering work. You just need to, have your mindset that you're going to make the change, and you have to make the change. If you can't find a suitable atmosphere to work in the industry right now, you have to basically reinvent yourself. You take all the skills that you previously learned and you used that was worked very well for you, and you apply those to another industry. Sometimes, like I said, sometimes you have to reinvent yourself. Yeah. The other thing about the event, I think we were asked a bit earlier about vaccines, and I think you have to remember here, if you plan on working in the industry or continuing to work in the industry, you have to be prepared for whatever plan or process comes. And it's a lot. Knowledge is power. So you need to go and check these web pages out for these different countries that are, that you're going to potentially be, traveling to. Sometimes you can't rely on travel agencies and sometimes different organizations to be as up to date as the website is. And a lot of times we're all trying to do the best job that we can. And you may have a different piece of information than I have, but it's easier if if you're going to be traveling, to go to that website for whichever country you're traveling to and look at their bulletins and their updates, because you can have the conversations at the airline desk. You can have the conversations with your crew coordinators. You can have these conversations, but if you don't know, then, and the information is there and free to, to the public, then all you're doing yourself is a disservice by not going and checking it out and being, as prepared as you can be. Another comment here from Hisham. Yeah, it's very important to keep focus on the mental well-being aspects and have the right mindset and attitude to keep ourselves heading in the right direction in such tough times. I cannot agree with you more, Hisham. I think the world had a wake-up call. This was something that nobody planned for, nobody expected, and it allows for it gives you a different perspective on how to plan your job and how to plan your work. I think the mental well-being of a person prior to COVID-19, as well as during the downturn, we were already worried about, employment and jobs and things like that. And then comes COVID-19. So it makes it a lot more difficult, but it is a lot of stress. It is, but you have to remember that with the COVID-19, it's a worldwide event. So it's not easy to pull these long hours. It's not easy to pull these long hitches. The main thing is that whenever you are called to go back to work, you have to be readily available. A lot of times we've seen, and this is just me talking from a personal perspective, is that it seems like the planning, we can't give you that exact time like we used to. We used to be able to, give people that 4-week rotation or that 5-week rotation and give them a decent heads up on their schedule. But now we are not able to do that anymore. I say we're not able to do that, but we are able to do that to a certain extent. But the problem that you find is once you get someone into country, it's just like using LinkedIn or Facebook. They can change the rules when they want to. So if you're moving in and out of countries, working for different companies, the countries have the ability to change the rules when they want. So you have to stay pliable. You have to stay, patient, because it's not just you that's working through the process. Your entire company is working through the process as well. So it does. Yes, you need to keep your focus mentally. You need to remain patient when you're at that airport, or you're at that immigration counter. Just remember that the person sitting behind there has a job to do, and the more professional you are, the easier the process will be. I myself need to be reminded about that on a consistent basis, because when you land in the countries in 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, and they have a very strict COVID-19 process where it's multiple checkpoints, and you're filling out 2 or 3 different pieces of documentation, it does get to be a bit pedantic, and they have a job, you have a job, and the worst thing you can do is lose your patience and cause a scene. That's a place that you don't want to be at, because although it's tougher with COVID-19, it's even tougher whenever you get landed in security. So just maintain your patience and get through the process, and Yeah, we'll get through the tough part of this. So like I said earlier with Donnie, we're a very resilient industry. But the other part about it is, you know, we're we're really good with spreading information, and we're really good with bringing the correct people into the organization, into the network. But one of the other things that we're also really good at is spreading rumors, unfortunately. And and it never fails. You're managing multiple different operations going on, and you typically find out about something before from the guys that work with you, before you hear it from your management. And it's just a rumor mill, and it works that way. But it's easier to keep things on the level if you don't start rumors that obviously that potential that it may not be true, because what that does is it makes things a lot harder, because everything there's a minute focus on everything that's taking place right now, all the way from the time you receive your flight, your airline tickets, until the time you board the helo or the vessel headed to the rig offshore. So it is still tough, but yeah, remain patient, and again, we'll be resilient and we'll get through it. Let's see here. See if we have some more comments here. Yeah, some comments on YouTube. Yeah, there should be some opportunities for freshers out there in the organizations. It's not they're not they're planning for longer term work and longer term aspects and jobs. But the other part about all of this is that we find that getting these jobs and getting these things lined up, it takes a bit of time. So it's not something that happens overnight, but these jobs may pop up at any time of the day, any time of the day. All right, let's move on to our next guest here. Yeah, the next guest was going to be Brunel, but they haven't come into the studio yet. After that, we will be with Miss Jess Brassington, and then we will be moving on to Mr. Ohm with ICS in about 30 minutes or so. But let's give me just one moment here. All right. Our broadcast is supported by multiple different companies. We started planning this, and like I said, about 2 months ago. We didn't know exactly how things were going to go. We do know that there's a lack of these career fair and employment events worldwide due to basically some of the travel and some of the immigration, some of the different things. But we want to make sure that you understand and know that it's not for the lack of interest. It's the planning portion of it, and the funds that it takes, and the engagement from different companies and some of the other entities. But we have some great technology in the world right now, just like what we're doing here. We're able to do it across multiple different platforms, and all of the comments and everything come together into one spot, and it's great. We can get an answer to just about any question that you have. I think that there's multiple different people in here looking for jobs. There's there's rope access, people, there's piping design, there's mechanics, electricians. We're just, everyone here that's coming into the comments, the companies will read these comments, and they will obviously look at your profiles. And that was one of the things that we wanted to make sure that we discussed with everybody, is that, you make sure that your LinkedIn profile is updated. Go in there and make sure that you have your details, set up for your most recent experience. It's good morning from Houston, Stefan and Trinidad. Nice to have you on. Good morning to Gopinath in India. Glad to be here. Man, we have a lot of people coming in through LinkedIn. It's fantastic. So we're proud to have this opportunity to speak with everyone this morning. We have multiple different guests lined up, but yeah, we understand, John. We know that people do. We're right. He's right. Put the comment on the screen here. You apply for the job, but you get no feedback, and so that's what that's one of the things that you always hear from just about everybody that I speak with on LinkedIn. That you do apply, but you never hear anything back, and so that was one of the things that that RigLinks does. Is if you see these job postings come through, and you see these other things coming through that may look a bit not real or kind of shady, then you can send me an inbox message on LinkedIn. You can find me. It's Greg Williams, the founder of RigLinks, and and you can send me the link to whatever post that's there, and I can tell you in about 1 to 2 minutes if it's real or not, and that keeps you from wasting your hard-earned time. I mean, your precious time and your hard-earned money on any kind of scams that may be out there. So you feel free to always send me any of those, and we'll get back with you as soon as possible. The last one that I discussed with was with Mr. Actually, it was this morning. There was let me see here. Yep, there was from Mr. James Skinner. He uses the the inbox quite a bit, and he's probably sent me half a dozen posts, and the thing about these posts that the people send you is that, or send me to check out, is we're connected to over 300,000 people. We're able to use the premium features on LinkedIn to search the database sometimes, where people that don't have the premium feature, and plus the extra first, second, and third degree connections, we can dig through there and find people. We can dig through there and find out if things are real or not, check their websites, go and check their credentials. We're more than happy to tell you that if something's a scam. We don't want anybody out there to be scammed. We don't want anybody out there to consistently give us the industry a bad name by trying to harvest your CVs or anything like that. The main part there is use the network as a tool. Use my inbox, send me whatever you want to send me, and I'll look at it. I'd be more than happy to. All right. Celio from Brazil, ex-Moduspec and Lloyd's business manager. Proud that you're on the feed. Nice for you to join us. We've got people coming in from Ghana. We've got people coming in from Lagos. People coming in from different parts of the world. It's fantastic to see everybody coming in. The other part. Oh, sorry about that, Celio. Yeah, I see now that you're working for D12. Yeah, that's fantastic. The let's see. There's it seems to be a heavy focus right now in virtual tools and a lot of stuff with streaming and networking today. And one of the tool that we're currently using today is called StreamYard. And what that tool does is it gives you the ability to speak to people on multiple different platforms. That's what we're using now for Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube. This is also another program that's used by, people that are in the gaming industry on Twitch to, to stream to different platforms while they're doing their gaming. Of course, I don't do much gaming anymore. I would rather use the tech for networking purposes, and I think that we have you can use it for a lot of different things. But it's a very unique tool there. I think that they've done a fantastic job with the interface, and it's very simple to operate. I need simple things in my life. Everything else gets too complicated, but this is nice and simple. All right. Let's see here. Sorry for the background noise. It's a little small office here. Everything is loud. But Zaid on LinkedIn. Let's see here. What is the future of the oil and gas industry after the newly elected U.S. president? Well, that's an interesting question. I mean, I think that he's got to get his feet on the ground. I think that, like everything else, I think that the media sometimes spins the story to drive content and to drive people to, to react in a certain way. And unfortunately, I'm not one of those guys that gets stirred up easily by the media. I think that, what we did prior COVID-19 should speak for itself. I think worldwide, there was a lot of projects on target and a lot of money being invested in different places and being spent. I think that now it's more important than ever to for people to remain calm, especially during the transition period between the previous president, which is still president until January, and to the president-elect. I think the landscape may change a little bit, but these executive orders, they always have other intent in place. There's never one of these things that, especially in the energy industry, we need to get out there and we need to be vocal. We need to support what we do. It's just like anything else. I mean, you can give it whatever name you want to call it. You can put it in whatever clothes you want to put it in. But I mean, they call it lobbying, and it's just supporting what you do. It's supporting what's important to you. And I mean, the main thing is about the transition is that, it can be, a peaceful transition if they want it to be. But typically what you see now, especially in the region that here in the southern parts of the United States, is that, there is a lot of, pro Trump supporters in the southern parts of the United States, in multiple different, states of the United States. But you have to remember that our country is just like any other country. It, obviously that, there's the thing about the Paris Accord, and especially with you're talking about imports and exports as well. The world works on supply and demand, and the largest thing is what business that they have in place with other countries, whether they're importing and exporting to. I think the future of oil and gas is going to change for the United States a little bit. But I think you have to remember there's your IOCs and there's your NOCs, and if you're living and working in your home region for an NOC, then the world's going to look much the same for you. The same thing in the United States. The NOCs that you have here are basically Chevrons, and your oil countries that are, your oil companies that are in the country. And so, other than investment in long-term capital, the playing field is going to look much the same, just like it does in your country. What's really going to change for the entire world is the interaction with the IOCs, or the international oil companies. So, that's people that are doing, business in foreign markets and not just in their home region. So that's drastically going to change, and it's going to always continue to change. And that's we all are reducing our carbon footprint on the world. And, this is one of the transitions to get into that carbon reduction. That's it's something that, that's going to be, excruciating to some of these different countries, but you'll already see that they're starting to divest in smaller things and moving on to, different parts of the energy industry, and not just in petroleum. So a lot of your companies don't have the kind of offshore resources, or the, that that some of your IOCs have, and they're starting to divest some of this back to some of the NOCs, which you see that strengthens the market for the NOCs in their own regions. You just want to, you want to wish everybody success and good luck with managing these operations without the, heavy investment from IOC. And you're right, Kaga, we all hope for a better world. I fully agree with you. But I don't know if that fully answered your question. I mean, the transition of the future of oil and gas industry after the newly elected U.S. president, I don't think you'll see a whole lot of change in the very short term. I think it's going to look much the same for, the near future. All right. I agree with you, Kaga. We all hope for a better world. That's positivity though. I mean, every day I used to work for a guy, years ago, and he was in his late 40s, and I worked with him for, probably about 6 years. And one of his most favorite sayings was, every day that he's above ground and breathing is a good day. So that don't ever take for granted, that you're given, extra time here to make an impact on somebody's life, and being able to share somebody's you're welcome. That's a hard question, but it's also a good question. I know I probably didn't fully answer it to the best of my ability, but I have to remember that, the networking thing that we do here with Lynx is we're worldwide. We're not one place or the other. So we respect everybody's religious views, everybody's political views. What we want to do is we want to create a organic environment where we all can work together as much as possible for the betterment of the industry. So that's what we're trying to do. Let's see if we got any more questions here. Yes, there are some conversations and some other people going to be coming online. We just want to make sure that we stay on track with our timing. And so it's really important that we're about 2 to 3 minutes away here from Miss Jess Brasington coming in from the agency network in San Antonio. And we'll be hearing from her, and then we'll be moving into intercontinental services in West Africa, and they'll be talking about some opportunities in. So there are some more people coming. So just hang tight. For us, an engineer officer on board an FPSO for a while, what are the opportunities for seafarers in offshore and onshore fields, certification experience, etc.? We'll make sure that we get any questions out there. I think it's all what I see right now. Fierce is a lot of spot hire work in in your market, in the engineering market. It's or the engineer officer market. It's it seems to be anybody with a license right now you're in demand. The problem is the short-term work, as we were discussing with HJ earlier this morning. A lot of times this spot hire work, it's not actual spot hire work. You end up spending, 15 days in quarantine and then making a rotation offshore, and then the project's basically over. But if you're a licensed engineer, offshore engineer, those positions are still in demand, because you have to have your qualifications and your license to meet minimum, manning requirements for your flag in country, and as well as regulatory. So you always need to, those positions will always be in demand. Hey, Peter, glad you joined us on LinkedIn there. This is Peter. He's currently in South Africa on a rig decommissioning project. Just glad to have a temporary spot as project lead. I agree, Peter. It's good to see that you got some temporary work. I know that you were out of work there for a bit, and you've been in contact with us before. And any information that you can share with anyone else here, you can leave in the comments, especially about how you were able to find the temporary work, would be appreciated. Thanks for coming on today with us. So George in Canary Islands, looking for a job for the IRATA 3 techs. So some rope access there. So yeah, it looks like a lot of hours offshore there. So yeah, stay with it. We know that there's many jobs coming up, whether it's wind, whether it's offshore. There's a lot of stuff for rope access techs. So yeah, I mean, you have to, like I said earlier, you may have to recreate yourself a little bit, kind of, get in a different vertical with your talents and your skills, but they do apply to many different industries. So you may have to jump out and then jump back in when the time's right. Thanks for the comment. All right. We are now, Miss Jess is in the waiting area, in the holding area, and we're going to bring her on now. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
How are you?
I'm great.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Yes. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. I think with the energy that you have, it's a good time to bring you on. So
Thank you.
So tell us about yourself and your company, Jess.
So my name is Jess Brassington, and I am the owner of the Agency Network. We are in Houston, Texas, and we also cover San Antonio. I have a background in health and wellness, so I bring a little bit of that to the table as well, and that's really helped, especially with this kind of interesting year, to say the least. And how all the different areas of our life work together, right? So as so many people are stressed and struggling with, what's going on, what's going to happen, we really can bring a good mix of that. It's not just about the skills and what's on your resume, but just like you were saying a little bit earlier, Greg, that it's an interesting time, and it may have to be that we need to really, as our candidates, look at our skills and what we bring to the table and exploring a different vertical or a different industry, because there are jobs out there and there's more coming up.
No, I agree. One of the important things is that I was told a long time ago that if you were ever going to actually fully understand what your potential was, that you had to, sit down with a piece of paper and write down all the things that you could do and all the things that you couldn't do. Like you had to be honest with yourself. Can you create a 3D model and sell it to somebody like Elon Musk? Probably not. So
Right.
you have to be honest with yourself and know the skills that you have versus the skills that you don't, and focus on the skills that you do have.
Yes. Yes, for sure.
So on your side of things, Jess, how have you seen the COVID-19 and kind of how it's affecting the recruiting kind of market for your part of San Antonio and the different things that you guys do there?
Yes. So as you can imagine, especially being headquartered in Houston, a lot of our clients are oil and gas. So we definitely saw a shift in that. And so it's also allowed us to look at our candidates and say, just like we were saying earlier, okay, it's not saying leave the industry, because we'll get to that in a little bit about what's been coming up on our end. And then especially after, the election and then the new year, but really just seeing a difference in those clients. They're laying off, they're doing all these things in oil and gas. So it is also forced us to kind of look into different verticals and industries and say, okay, what is on the horizon? So we've seen right now we have a lot of tech roles. And Greg, you and I had a lengthy conversation when we first met about that digital transformation and how imperative it is for us to say, if we weren't online like you and I have been, to really take a look at that and say that, yes, some jobs may be going away, but what's taking those at that place, and how do the skills that you have, how can they transfer? Or is there something that you can do right now, a certification, a skill, something that you can learn with right where you're at and the resources that you have that can transfer well to that. So definitely, and probably a lot of people have experienced, our business has been affected as well. But it's just caused us to be creative, and it's caused us to utilize this time to get in front of people that you normally wouldn't be able to reach, because a lot of them are at home and they're on, guess where? LinkedIn, right? So they're more open to those connections, whereas before they were traveling and didn't have time. So that's what we've really done, is try to say, what seeds can we plant right now during this time and take advantage of this online, in surge of online usage. So when the projects do come, we'll be first in mind, and we'll also have great candidates, and we can have those available for when the big rush, gets here.
Yeah, and there will be a type of rush. It may not look like, our previous rushes, but there will be a type of rush. So one comment here from Eric. Yeah, Eric, we agree. It is a very, very scary time for oil field workers. I personally still am employed in the industry, and I think that your comment there is definitely one that's full felt all the way across the world. But remember, the reason that we're having discussions, especially like bringing Jess on and things like that, is there are different things out there that you have the potential to do. There are different places that you do have, that your skills will apply to different industries. So, and that's one reason we wanted to put this event together, was so that everyone knew that we are there, everyone's there, and they are supporting you, but you may have to transition to something that looks slightly different than what you're used to.
And I would say too, Greg, so my husband's in the oil and gas industry, and he's an entrepreneur in there. So we've been affected in a big way in that as well. And so our heart goes out to the men and women we've had to lay off. And that's been, as an entrepreneur side, it's been devastating for us, because it's like family to us. And so we do have a personal interest invested. And I know a lot of people in the oil and gas industry. And so I would say, like Eric, definitely we see that it is a scary time. But I would suggest, don't get so caught up, especially with your resume, of just having oil and gas. So for example, if your resume is very centered just to your one position, and it has language or jargon in there that when the recruiter goes for a client in a different industry, you might have those great skills, but if they're putting in certain keywords, they're not going to find you. So it's almost good to know, really take a look at your resume and say, okay, I see a position here I want to apply for. You might have to modify that resume a little bit and go to the skill, if that makes sense. So maybe it's not specific to the oil and gas, the name of it, but it's an actual skill. Maybe it's leadership skills. I led teams. I implemented this type of thing, so that when they're looking, they can say, okay, this person has experience in oil and gas, but it really transitions to our industry as well. And I was talking to someone yesterday there's groups around here in Texas called Oilfield Connections International. It's a great thing. Greg, you need to come out and see us. I'd love to see you there. But I was talking to someone there, and he was saying how he's an oil and gas supply chain, right? And right now he's seeing a lot of growth in the pharmaceutical industry for that. And so we were having that discussion, how if a pharmaceutical company, just as for example, is looking for someone and they're very narrow in their search, they're also missing out on a lot of people that could, because the skill is the same, right? The industry.
Exactly.
So if I can encourage you, if you are looking for employment right now, look at your resume and put yourself in the mind of someone in a different industry searching for that. How can I make this general enough to be able to be applicable to different industries while highlighting the specific things I've done in oil and gas?
No, that's correct. I think the takeaway there for me, Jess, is that you spoke specifically about keywords, and so the way that the algorithm works for LinkedIn is that whenever you do say, or you do select that you're open to be recruited on LinkedIn, it's going to send you jobs or send your profile to people that have those keywords in it. So if you don't meet the top 3 or 4 out of the 10 that they're looking for, typically it doesn't send you the information, or doesn't send the person the required information with the keywords. So it is important to not be as industry specific and use that jargon, as you say, that makes you go across all the different industries and not just specifically oil and gas. Although they have the ability, as I said before, to change the platform as they see fit and not tell anybody else about it. So it's an ever learning process,
It is. And we were talking about that yesterday with another group of people, that if you have not been online and you're not on the content creator side, you're looking at it from a different view, but it's worth staying at least updated on what's showing up, how to stay on people's radar. And then also that you and I have talked about this too, Greg, that you are your brand. Even as an employee, you might say, oh, I'm not a company, I'm an employee. Well, you are your brand, and online it's so important. What is your brand showing people, and how do you want to portray yourself? So really think about these people that are looking to hire, whether it's us as an agency or the actual hiring manager for a corporation or business. What do you want them to see when they search your name online and when they see your profile and different things? And look at it kind of as that view, as you're being interviewed in a sense every time someone encounters you online.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Anytime, again, your name is your brand, what you represent online is how you're being, how you're seen by anybody else that's looking for people to fill a position. It's just, typically the way it works for me with LinkedIn is, if you approach me inbox, you go to your profile, you go through the ropes and look through everything there. But typically, what makes a person, from your experience, Jess, what makes a person answer you back in an inbox message? Because here is the gray area. How do you pass that profile test to make someone answer you inbox?
I would say for me, what's helped is, instead of, because so many of us have people asking us for things, right? It's an ask all the time, is do a little bit of research in the person that you're talking to, and what is a problem you can solve of theirs, or what's something that there is important to them, or really just saying, hi, I'm so-and-so. If they have a need and you can be that referral point, then that's going to show them value. So for example, even when when I found you on LinkedIn, I found some common ground there, and I found that way to connect. So I would always say, one, stand out by having your profile look great and going that extra mile. And doing a voice message for me is what helps, because not a lot of people are doing it. It adds that personal touch. And now I can hear your name. It's just a more intimate level of connection. But then also I don't come across like, hey, I need a job,
For sure.
It's like what can you do? And just real quick, this is something that's helped too for those of you who are like, what can I do right now? I'm in between jobs. Where can you give back? Where can you make an impact? And not only, yes, it's the right thing to do, but it can also give you a way to utilize your skills, network, get in front of people right now. And then those are the people that when jobs do come up, they're going to remember you because you stood out and you made an impact, especially during this year. Those are the people that are going to stick in people's minds, who have reached out, who've helped others, and who didn't just sit back and wait for things to happen. They worked with what they had and made a difference.
No, that's right. And you brought up the voice part of that, Jess, and about sending those messages inbox by voice. That there's never. I bet anyone that's on this live feed right now, or is leaving comments, or just viewing it, I bet you've never had an email taken out of context before, ever, or a text message. And what Jess is hitting on there with the voice is, whenever you're doing voice communications, it's other than face-to-face video, it's easier to have the right stream of communication there, because it's about context, and text can be taken out of context. A lot of times people add things to text that's not intended to be added there, whether it's emotion. You have to disconnect the emotion from text and read it as if you're reading it for the very first time. But she's right. The voice section of LinkedIn and the ability to send voice messages it works out great. It works great for Jess and I. We've discussed multiple things, and even if it's just I think they limit you to a minute in there.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times, whenever it's just something quick you want to say, and whether you're getting into the vehicle and don't have time to send a text message, then it's easier to jump on there and tap that voice option, and it's also easier to communicate that way because it stays in context. So.
Yes. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So let's see here from, let's see, another comment from Eric there. You take the time, and some of us have been out of work for a while, and that's the main thing. And, we're doing is looking for a job. Yeah, for sure. We understand, from all of us that are still employed. We're still looking for people in multiple organizations. We haven't gone anywhere. It wasn't like, that we all just disappeared and went away. We're all still there, and the network is still available, and the thing about these job boards and these different places where people post a lot of information, with LinkedIn, for example, and this is just for everyone's information, those posts that you see that have been on the news feed for multiple months now, and the only reason that they're coming back to your newsfeed is because people are still commenting on them. That's the only reason they're coming back. And a lot of times those positions are filled, and a lot of times those posts don't get updated. So don't get frustrated with that. Look for the time that these things are posted. Look and make sure that it's a recent post. Not saying not waste your time with it, but typically you're not going to get anything back from that. So expectation whenever you're looking for a job on the news feed is that if the job wasn't recently posted, that means it's not recently available. So, it's unfortunately that's the way it is. So, all right. So just to wrap it up, Jess, how can people find you and your company?
Okay, sure. So on LinkedIn, I'm at the Agency Network San Antonio, or Jess Brassington is my personal. On there on LinkedIn, that's probably the best way. You can reach my website from there, and just know that there's also an email to send your resume. And if it's something that I don't personally place for, I have connections and collaborations with other recruiting agencies, and we're just kind of doing what you're doing, Greg, for the oil and gas. We're collaborating and cross promoting. And so just send in those things. And if I can leave you with one thing, it would be to follow up, even with your recruiters as well. Remember, you are your brand and you're your best advocate. So follow up, you take the initiative, and stay positive. And networking is so important right now. It may not look like you thought it did. It might be online, but utilize those resources right now, especially towards the end of the year and the beginning, so you can be on people's minds, top of their mind.
One question here before we wrap up with you, Jess. The what about these video CVs? We've talked about this before with people, but what's your comments on those? Are they valuable?
I would say yes, because so think about it from my perspective as well, or a hiring manager. There's only so much you can get from a resume, but a lot of times you might know people like this as well. If I can just get in front of them and they can hear me, see and give that personal touch, I'm in, so anything you can do to take advantage, to stand out, I would say yes, because not only does it do that, but it saves us a lot of time on the agency side or the hiring manager side. Now you've got to find, you've got to scroll through these resumes. You have to, pare them down. You have to schedule an appointment. Then you have to get an interview. Whereas if I can get a good feel for you from jump, then I can make a better decision. Is this person going to move forward or not? So remember when I went back to whatever you can do to solve a problem or make someone's life easier, that's going to make you stand out. And
you're giving back too. That's
yes.
That's the key. Yeah.
Yes.
Servitude mindset. And I know that it's tough for people out there, but you'll get, what you put into it, you will get back from it. So, well, yeah. Jess, it's been wonderful this morning. I appreciate all of the mindset and the tips and tricks. And as Jess said, she's they're connected to a lot of different markets out there. So don't hesitate to drop her an inbox on LinkedIn or anywhere that her company's represented. So thank you again, Jess, for coming on. It's been a pleasure. Have a wonderful morning.
Thanks, Greg. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. We that's great from Jess. Jess is one of those she has a personality that is what you need for the industry. She is a hiring manager and a managing partner with a recruiting company. She does a staffing company. She has a very good personality, and she's key for making people feel comfortable in a room whenever they're looking for jobs. So it's great to have Jess on board. Our next guest that's coming on is Mr. Alm Chowdhury with ICS. He is a director HR and operations for ICS in Pointe Noire, Republic of Congo, and they're actively recruiting for West Africa region. So we will be adding him to the broadcast, as well as Mr. Tom Schrader, our business development manager. We'll be bringing him on the stream as well. And let's see here. Let's add these two gentlemen. Get started. And to stream. Hello. How are you?
Morning.
Good morning, Greg. Good morning, Tom.
Morning, How are you?
Good. Doing great. How are you guys doing?
Awesome.
Fantastic. So from my side on, thank you for coming in. I know it's a bit late where you at. You're in India at the moment, I think, right?
It's 7:30 in the evening. That's fine though. It's perfectly fine.
Yeah. So just a bit of background for people that's just joining the broadcast. This is Mr. Alm. He is the director of HR and operations for ICS in Pointe Noire, Republic of Congo. Our connection between the two here is met Mr. Alm about almost 5 years ago.
5 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, and there was a good working relationship with ICS and rig we were operating with at the time, and we built a really good relationship through that operation that we did with the rig and in country in the Congo, and it was due to a lot of planning on Mr. Ohm's part, as well as a lot of planning operationally wise for different things that he provided during that operation. So without further ado, I'll bring you on here, Mr. Ohm, and we will talk about so tell us a little bit about who you are. I know I've kind of been
You explained
talking.
all, actually.
I say I explained all, but I'm gonna let you jump in there and you can say what where you at, where you're located, and what region you guys are recruiting for. So
Sure. Hello, everyone. My name is Om Chaudhary. I am a Director of HR and Operations at Intercontinental Day Services. We are a leading labor contracting and offshore support company located in Pointe-Noire, Republic of Congo. It is Central Africa, just so people who do not know well. And we are located in Central Africa. Our company was established in 1999 under the Ministry of Labor of Republic of Congo. We have a headquarter in Congo as well. As a company, what we do is we provide the senior level permanent and contracting staff solution to the upstream and downstream oil and gas industry. And we have been in business for last 20 years. And we provide labor for the drilling rigs, and also for the vessels, for the diving vessels. There are several kind of vessels that we provide. So initially we started off as a labor contractor for the local labor only. But since 2018, we also provide the expat manpower to several projects in Central, Eastern Africa, as well as in West Africa. So currently we are working with Wanted Drilling. We are working with Perenco, Petrofor, and several other companies at the moment.
all right, so you've covered your regions, and it's mainly for drilling positions or marine positions, or what other positions are you speaking about?
We specialize in the drilling industry, in
Okay.
drilling positions on the oil rigs of it. Yeah.
Okay. So kind of tell me a little bit about the market overall, where you are, where you guys are operating at. I know it's been a bit slow, and we've talked about things before in the past, but tell me what you think. Does it look like things are starting to pick up a little bit of positivity, or what's your feelings on it?
Yeah, I mean, pre-COVID-19, back in February this year, we had 6 or 7 projects running only in Central Africa, and we were hoping for a few more business in African continent and some in Middle East. But obviously, after March, our operations were temporarily suspended. But we are picking up again. Since September, we have started 2 of our projects, and we are looking good. I mean, our project is picking up little by little. And I'm hoping by first quarter of next year, we should have all our project resume by then. Yes, it has impacted a lot for 6 to 7 months as a company. We did not have any work. And the most painful part was that all of our guys were out of job. So what we did as a company, just to support them during that period, obviously there was no pay at all. Just things were in so much crisis. But what we did is that our CEO, Mr. Boniface Kaya, he decided to keep everybody on the insurance, including their family, for this period. And this has given us a very good reputation within our guys, and we are able to form that bond of compassion and trust with them. And now that projects are picking up, the guys are coming back to us, and ready to work again, despite of the travel restrictions and the several PCR tests, the quarantine they have to go for. And normally all of our guys work 4 and 4 as as everyone in drilling industry. But due to the quarantine, isolation, etc., sometimes it might take even 6 to 7 weeks. But guys are happy to do so. And that is something, although things are in crisis, although things are bad, due to COVID-19, but this is something that really positive came up, that we see people, coming back, not only as an employee working for some company, but actually as in community together to help each other. Sorry, Greg, I can't hear you. I'm so sorry.
Actually, that's me with this dashboard. I
Right.
should have unmuted.
It's all right. Yeah.
I should have unmuted, but that's okay. I was just talking away. I thought Tom was going to talk for me. I thought I was doing the puppet thing there.
No.
But yeah. So
Yeah.
so yeah, you're right. These rotations changing from 4 weeks to 8 weeks, and I mean, just had a comment here from let's see, back from Faraz there in the Canary Islands. I mean, he just spent 110 days on board.
Oh, wow.
So he's a licensed offshore engineer, in one of the engineering positions. So, I mean, the thing about this is that, I mean, I've heard up to 200 days that people have spent,
Okay.
so yeah,
Great.
but there were some people that couldn't get out of the country. It's not because they didn't want to. It's not because they didn't have a relief. It's because they couldn't get out. So they might as well stayed on the rig and work. There was
Sure.
no reason to come on shore and stay in a hotel for, months and months at a time. They might as well stay on board the rig and, get paid for what they're doing. But the timing, you are right. The timing works longer, or works out to be more like 8 and 6 for these guys, 9 and 7, something like that for, going into quarantine, coming out, going to the rig. They're still doing their 4 weeks on the rig, but they're coming back and sometimes doing 2-3 days before they can get out of the country, but definitely the 2 weeks before they get to the rig, for sure.
True.
Yeah. So,
what I have also seen is that, I mean, it's good that you stay back and work, and obviously that's more money for everyone. But then you reach to a point that you don't want money anymore.
No,
you just
that's
wanna
right.
Go home. You just want to
That's
get
right.
out of there, go back to your family. And obviously with COVID-19 situation, you when you work on the rig, you're always insecure. You think about your family all the time. You although you are okay working on the rig, but they might expose themselves for some infection, and I think that keeps them in anxiety. So it is a hard period for everyone.
It is. We, I've been involved with a couple of the conversations about, people wanting to move industries because of the timing and the long hitches and the transit and the travel and the, the longest things that, or the longest times that they've spent in countries away from their families. I mean, it doesn't get any easier with the holidays coming up as
True.
well. It's people want to be home. I mean, I fully expected during the time of COVID to have a full evacuation of the industry right now during the holidays, because there's no way you're going to get in touch with anybody to get them back to the rig. Typically, it was harder when the operations weren't COVID-19, but now with COVID-19, I can just imagine, some of the things that we're going to go through over the next couple of months. But
True.
yeah. Tom, how are you?
Doing great. Just
Good.
monitoring some of this feed. It's all looking good. We
Good.
got people from around the world. Let's see. Yeah, I think you share with it. Yeah. Hi from India. Hi. Oh, I just lost my feed. Hold on. There you go. See.
Tom is our resident expert, guys. A resident expert. Yeah.
I'm certified. Greetings from India. Greetings from let's see. John, yeah, you how are you? You spelled Tom correctly. Let's
He
see.
didn't spell Ohm correctly though.
Yeah.
That's
But,
because Ohm's screen says Intercontinental Services.
True. Yeah. And normally they do that. They use a physique term to spell my name. O-N.
Yeah, for sure.
The electronic term OHN.
It's on except with an M.
Yeah.
So how has you explained there a little bit on about what Mr. Boniface did with the company, keeping people on benefits there for the time, that there was delayed for them to be able to go back to work, or when you guys were able to get people back to work. So that is something that a lot of people have adopted, and we've seen a lot of good feedback from other companies that have done the same thing. And it is important, because the last thing you want to do is have no job, no benefits, and your family gets sick in the middle of that.
Yeah,
True.
Not good.
No, it's not good. And for a lot of these different countries where, there are no other opportunities, it matters, especially with BUPA coverage and any other coverage out there. It's really important that they do have some kind of benefits, man, because it's not if you typically COVID is not the worst thing you're going to end up dealing with being unemployed, unfortunately. But multiple sicknesses in your family, not COVID related, can impact you on a greater scale than having COVID, because you won't know until you get it if you're asymptomatic or not. So you won't know how it's going to affect you. So so for me, it's about, if you don't have the benefits or don't have the availability or access to benefits, it's a bad situation for a company to put that out there and to continue to keep people on benefits for the duration of their basically warm stack or cold stack period, where they don't have a lot of activity. Means a lot.
Yeah, if you get hit with cancer in the family or something like that, that could just be a killer. Yeah,
it's
financially.
I mean, for people out there with children, it's never. I remember growing up and thinking that, now that I'm an adult, of course, you know the reasons, but when you're a kid, you're thinking like, I don't ever remember going to the doctor, man. I don't ever remember going to the doctor, normally but now that I was an adult, now I know why. We didn't have benefits. We didn't have insurance. There's a reason that we didn't go to the doctor. It's because we couldn't afford it, growing up. My family didn't have benefits whenever we were kids, and that was one of the
dealing with it right now. One
for
case
sure.
That's one of our guys working. Working for us. He's on our contract, but not working at the moment. But his wife is going through a cancer, and we provided all the support we can through our insurance. And then there was this another guy who had to go through a knee replacement while he was not at work. So it was a kind of amazing experience of trying to help out people, without expecting anything back. It's just, just to help people during the difficult period. So it's been great here.
One comment here from from Mr. Sammy. Nice to see everyone online. Kindly, can you people let us know about the future of oil and gas industry and current timings under COVID-19? So, Sammy, as we've been discussing this, we've discussed it a couple of times this morning, or this afternoon or night, depending on where you're at. But COVID-19 is not going away. COVID-19 is going to be something that's built into all of your processes and procedures and everything going forward. So that's all your timings, all your travel, all of your requirements. Everything's going to have that timing built into it in the future. Reviewing some of the new immigration and some of the travel mandates that's come out over the last couple of weeks, you see countries starting to open up a little bit, and then you see countries starting to close back. So they still don't know what they actually want to do yet, but they do know that 14 days is the minimum. A lot of people sticking with the 14 days. If you're in country and you're resident in country, it depends on what country you're in. The United States, you can move from state to state, and you can come in now into the United States, depending on if you're from one of the countries on the list. You don't have to do a quarantine anymore. Right. And so there's different things that are happening, but you take India, for example, that's still quarantine. You know, if you're a resident there and you move from place to place, it's 7 days. And if you're international, it's 14 days, full stop. They don't care what country you're coming from. International, full stop, 14 days in the hole. So that's 14 days in a hotel with a menu with 3 options, food options. So you have to get creative. You know, you have to not eat one day so you can be surprised the next day, you know? So as you can tell, I'm falling away here. I'm so thin.
Yeah. We're both disappearing, you know.
Yeah. No, just your hair, Tom.
Yeah. That's been gone a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I like
yeah. Telly Savalas was an amazing actor, you know.
There's probably not very many people on these feeds that'll know who Telly Savalas is, Tom.
Okay, Google Kojak, please.
Oh yeah, well for sure. But we do. I know who he is, but there's a lot of our younger crowd out there that's not going to know who Telly Savalas is. That's for sure. But you do look a lot like Telly Savalas. Until you smile.
What I was going for.
Yeah. So from the wrap up perspective here, I think that we've taken up enough of your valuable time this morning. You can get back to your family. But just to kind of wrap it up, how can people find you and your company?
Sure. You can easily find us on the Intercontinental Services website, obviously www.icsindustrial.com. You can find us on the LinkedIn, and now that we are in partnership with Lynx, we even have a greater exposure to the labor market, especially in a drilling sector. So you can find us there, or you can easily apply through just sending us an email at hr@icsindustrial.com. And that would be the easiest way to get in touch with us. And we will reply you back within 48 hours. If it is business days. And then hope to see you in, guys. And there were a few things that we wanted to do while the operation was up running, but we weren't able to. But during the operation suspension in COVID-19, we were able to analyze the CV very well and also get back to the guys on what they can do to improve their CVs, the quality of the CVs, which can help make their CVs and resumes more presentable to the client, and then they can get easily selected. So if you do send the CVs to us, we will get back to you with the necessary changes that you might have to make, because there are just so little job at the moment, and things are very competitive. So it's very important that you carry a very strong CV.
It is competitive. You're correct. It is competitive. Yeah.
And this will help you, and it will help us to have your CV send up to the clients and having it selected to get you back to the work.
Your comment about the CV is very important. We were speaking with Jess right before you came on about the power of your CV or your resume, as well as I asked her about the video CVs and the video resumes. I think that's something that going forward in the future, I think you should do a recording of your CV. Just read through it. Talk to people one-on-one about kind of how it is to engage people face to face. You're not going to get that through a piece of paper or a LinkedIn profile.
Very true.
You're not going to get that feeling. The other thing there, just to add, on your relationship with your employees grows organically from the employee to the employees' families to the friends of the families to friends of friends. So that atmosphere that these companies create whenever they hire people and they take care of people, with extending benefits and things like this, that becomes something that something organic that you can't create on a digital channel. That's an emotion that connects people together, that you always strive for when you're building teams, is to create that emotional connection. And that's something that, something that people need to understand, right? They need to understand that there's it's not just a piece of paper that's it. If you're working with somebody and you have a boss and you have a very good reputation with, your company, then it becomes an emotional connection and not just a piece of paper anymore. But
True.
yeah, I'm happy to also say our partnership with Intercontinental Services and Om and Mr. Boniface. We are supporting them with their visibility worldwide, and especially in the West
Thank you for
Africa.
doing that. Yeah.
It's something that we, the small to mid-sized companies. It's something that we see that the world needs. We need to put a face on these smaller companies. We need to, get these companies the visibility just like the big companies. They deserve to have the exact same thing. And so there's no reason why you can't do it. It just takes a little bit of time. That's all.
This is what I have learned from you in many years working with you, that you always just say that, end of the day, what we have is a reputation.
That's right.
So I never forgot those words. And what we only try to do is that we gain the reputation through our work. But I think the compassion is the key to have a good people working around us. When we base our judgments, we base our decisions on compassion, then the thing goes a long way.
Absolutely. Well, it was a pleasure speaking with you this morning, and
Thank you so much, Greg.
you can get back to your well-deserved time off there with your family.
Thank you so much.
You're not in quarantine right now, are you?
I am.
Oh,
I just
at
came
least
back
you're.
from
Are you at home?
Africa.
Or you are at home, right?
I am at home. Yeah.
Well,
I
that's
can't
better.
go
At
out
least
for
you have.
14 days.
At least you have more food options. So.
They asked for a home quarantine. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yes. Man, oh man, oh man. All right. Well, I
Thank you,
appreciate
Greg.
the time
Thank you,
this
Tom.
morning. Have a wonderful day
Thank
and
you.
night. And thank you for coming on.
Thank you so much.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Mr. Tom, how you doing this morning?
Wow. Good interview.
Yeah, Om has
You're doing
a
great.
Om has a a very good personality, just like everybody else we spoke with this morning. He's very uplifting. He's very positive. He's very, he's got a lot of good input on things. He has a background in hotel management, right? And so he does a lot of he knows how to take care of people, hospitality work. So he's already kind of suited for that role to do, recruitment work. So he knows how to work with people. He knows how to talk with people. So he is good, and he keeps a good mentality and a good positive spirit. I've seen him in the room under some pretty tough pressure from time to time, and he's always kept a good demeanor throughout the conversation. I've never seen him, for the lack of better terms, lose it. He's never lost it. Where there has been sometimes as a manager, I can't say that I've ever been as fortunate as Om, because I have lost a couple of times. But Mr. Om, I can say that he's been that all the times I worked with him, man, he's kept a great attitude.
Cool under fire, huh? That's good.
Definitely cool under fire. So,
Good
Tom,
morning, Eric.
Sir.
And I was talking to Eric. He's telling me good morning on the feed.
Oh yeah.
Mr. Lovejoy.
David Gibson from Vidor Locksmith has jumped onto the stream. So we'll just put his comment up there. So David hosts also a live stream with LinkedIn called the Vidor Locksmith. So if you haven't seen that, you can guys can go check out Mr. David Gibson. Yeah, we were given the option to do the live here with LinkedIn, so we're going to take full responsibility for any danger that it gets us into. Had to hound a little bit of that. So hey, Tom. So what's you want to tell the world a little bit about us and what we do?
Well, I think you've kind of already covered a good part. We come in, we help small, medium-sized companies in the oil and gas industry. We help them get in front of a whole lot more people on social media than they could by themselves. We're able to come in, we'll come in as an admin on their Facebook or on their LinkedIn or Instagram, and get in there and post stuff and get them out there, get more viewers, get more eyes on their material, help turn them into, into the expert, into, someone that, the industry turns to and comes in and to where they can come, and when they think of your product or service, and then hopefully, when your customer thinks of your product or service, they think of you. Because right now, studies show that 60% of people, before they make a major purchasing decision, will go out and they'll do research online before they ever contact a salesman.
Absolutely. Has anyone ever heard of Amazon.com? Yeah, you're gonna. Yeah, if you're looking for a product, you're going to be led to there right off the bat.
Right. And you should think amount of research you can do there before you even hit buy. But of course, oil industry, if you're buying, you can't really buy a lot of that stuff on Amazon. Give them time, but you're gonna, because a lot of the mindset out there is to do that research. That they want to understand the product, understand what they want to get and what's out there before they even bring in a salesperson. And and then you have, and then another study shows that it's like 3 to 4 touch points before people have to be approached so many times before they even make a decision. So a lot of that is done now through social media. And there are people that don't want to hesitate for having meetings, in-person meetings. They're working out of the house. But a lot of people will go on social media and do their research and get the process going, get their questions answered, read white papers, read case studies, and get an understanding of what's going on. So this has become a real powerful tool especially for anyone in sales. And it's a new thing. I see people that have a very small presence, do very little on LinkedIn, that need to get out there and have that up there and, start talking about their industry, what they do, and become a thought leader and work on getting your information out there in front of your current customers and potential customers, and get that stuff out there. And
Can't agree more.
It's become, so people in sales, it's like learning how to use, PowerPoint. This is a tool you need to master. You need to get out and get your stuff out there and present yourself and what you do to potential customers and potential customers. I mean,
the thing about social media is that, like we talked a little bit about yesterday, Tom, it was, you can have a good event and a bad event. Both of them never go away on social media. It's always, it doesn't matter if you delete it. There's always a copy somewhere. If you don't believe that, just look at all the screenshots of. I think people actually record Twitter streams. They have to.
Yeah.
I've never seen the amount of people capture a Twitter and delete it a second later, and somebody's going to have a photo of that.
Yeah.
There's going to be a photo of that come online somewhere. So, I mean, bad social media doesn't go away. It's just like good social media, but learning how to use the tools in each network for a purpose is the main thing. Without understanding what LinkedIn can do for you, without understanding what Facebook can do for you, or without understanding what YouTube or the rest of the platforms can actually do for you, then it's basically like getting out there and standing in an open field with nothing around you and trying to get engagement. It just doesn't work. So you have to create that organic atmosphere, around the content that you're putting out there. You have to create engagement, and it's not always the easiest thing to do with engagement. I'm sure Tom can explain to you about some of the tools that he uses for the engagement. Go ahead, Tom. I got to step away just a second. You can talk to the ring.
Okay. What we'll do is we'll come in, and you kind of have to understand what the different platforms do, understand their algorithms. Like for example, the algorithm for LinkedIn, if you put on natively uploaded video, you're going to get a lot more engagement. You're going to get a lot more people viewing it, and it's going to get in front of a lot more people. So we'll use that, and it comes in, and we try and do videos, but we try to do still pictures and different memes, different articles, and get a lot of that stuff to where people, to help get that exposure that you need. And it's also a function of timing too, because you don't, especially like on LinkedIn, you don't want to do one post after another, after another, after another. You want to separate those out so that they don't all pull. So because the second one will, if you post 2 in a row, the second one can tend to pull engagement from your one right before that. So it's always good to separate those and get them out there, and to do the research. You want to go in and check the metrics, check the numbers, go in there and find what the engagement is, and that takes time, and we do it quickly, so we can understand where someone's social media stands, what's being effective, what's not being effective, what's getting engagement, what's getting shared, how long people are looking at videos, and such as that. But that there's it's not just throw stuff up there and expect it to happen. It's not and it needs to be a constant going. You need to keep constantly posting, getting stuff in there, because if not, you can kind of fall out of people's view. They stop seeing you. But then you get into these different. But each of the platforms has their little kind of niches you have to get into and understand how they go. And we're able to do it and get people in front of, get small, medium-sized companies in front of a lot more people in the oil industry than they can by themselves. See if Greg's back yet. Thought I saw him for a second. There he is. And he's now returning. Welcome back.
Doing this long one, you gotta get a drink every now and then. But yeah. So you talked about video, I'm assuming.
I did. Natively uploaded video, the value of it, and other videos gets engagement too, but the best on LinkedIn is through natively uploaded, which means that's just a term for saying you have a copy on your computer of the video and you go to LinkedIn and you upload it there.
Right.
As opposed to you put a link to YouTube or somewhere else which takes them to a different platform. But LinkedIn prefers you to stay on their platform.
No, that's right. That's right. They're between all of these platforms are competing against each other for the amount of time that you spend on screen, right? And what's in the feed. So if typically the algorithms are set up to where if you put a YouTube link in your LinkedIn comments or your LinkedIn post, or Facebook, you put a YouTube link in your post, typically that post does not get the engagement or the reach that a on platform video that you would upload to Facebook or upload to LinkedIn would get. So it's a thing that's programmed into the algorithm, and it's just it puts you to a point where you have to create multiple different versions of your video to load into these different platforms. But I mean, there's tools out there that you can use to make this process a lot easier. I'm not sure if Tom brought it up, but we use Canva for a lot of different things. We use InShot. We use a lot of different smaller applications on our mobile devices, as well as one of the tools that we use is Final Cut Pro, And you have the ability to change your resolution in your landscape, whether it's a vertical, horizontal, but the main thing is you need to understand what the requirements for each platform is. It's not the same for each. And this is something that takes a bit of time to get used to, but you get you a format, get you a draft created and just cookie cut that format. You use that draft each time, especially with take, for example, with video on, a lot of people don't use it, but if you're doing video on TikTok, you use the same text. They know who you are. You're using your logos, the things like that, to where people know as soon as they see something on the feed that they know it's coming from you. And then it's reputable content coming from you or your brand. That's the thing. So you have to set yourself apart differently than everybody else. That's one of the main things. And that's hard to do with as many content creators as out there. I can guarantee you that this LinkedIn live session right here, as well as Facebook and YouTube, will be one of millions today. And so how do we set ourselves apart here, Tom? How do we set ourselves apart from the rest of the companies?
It's just more of the fun, it's getting in being in the right market, being in front of the right people. We've tried to get this timing kind of, where it kind of gets a lot of the market all at once, whether it be, early in the morning, and as we go in later on in the day, we try to be here and have the timing correctly and get something that, people in this industry can really benefit from a career fair, to help teach them techniques, to get in front of people, get them, some ideas of who to contact, present material people want to see. We're not coming on and, doing a cooking show or something. Of course, we don't know anything about that, but we're here about the oil and gas industry. That's what we're about. We're trying to get people to
we don't cook, but both of us
get
eat.
People, more excited. Yeah, we do. Yeah, ain't that the truth, bro?
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
But we don't do cooking, but we both eat, and you can tell whenever I get up and walk away that the only way I get smaller is the further I get away from you. So. So one of the things leading up to these live events and some of the different video and different content that you put out there is, we usually, I say usually, speaking English here, you loosely use the term promotion for events, but promotion is a lot of different things. So the tools out there, email marketing, all of us get tired of seeing emails when you opt in and then you unsubscribe, and then later on, oh, I like this piece of content, then I subscribe again, and then, oh, I don't want to see this email, and I opt out. Mailing lists are not the same as a social media feed. Anyone out there, if I can stress the fact that if you are a member of an organization and you want to, it seems like a normal process that you would understand that, but if you're on a mailing list and you like what the company does, or you like what the company puts out, then it's easier probably to just delete the email than it is to unsubscribe from the list, because it's not always going to be the same email that you get. It's not always going to be the same piece of content that you get. So it's easier to just delete the email than it is to unsubscribe. And now this is a self plug for Lynx and our marketing side of things. And when we do send out emails like this email here, for example, for the event, there probably had, I don't know, half a dozen people unsubscribe from the email list. Now, when you go on and you subscribe to email lists, a lot of times it's landing pages that want you to subscribe to an email list just so you can get access to content. We don't require you to do that. You can X out of that as soon as you go to the website. It's not a requirement for you to subscribe to the email list. But if you like the content and you want to see more of it, then jump on there. We'd be more than happy to have you on as a future subscriber.
Right. Yeah. And
it's also free. It's also, let me stress that again. It's free. Free.
This would need a good special effect to pop up.
I know, but it's if you take and look at, you get the, and one of the later live things we'll do too is some of the comments that we've gotten back about providing a free service, whether it's a free app, whether it's a free mailing list, whether it's free opportunities for people to be involved with events like this. You get some of the harshest comments from people about stuff that you're providing for free. There's always this thing about, it's so easy to talk about free things, but whenever you pay for something, it's almost like like a moral responsibility to not talk bad about a product because you paid money for a product. But it's easier to talk bad about something that's free. Why that's built into the nature of humans, I have no idea.
Yeah,
I'm not a psychologist, but I would love to understand why people like to talk so much trash about free stuff. Maybe somebody in the comments here in the feed can tell me why that is. I mean, but it's definitely something that that you have to overcome, and it's like they say, haters are gonna hate. So, Tom, one of the other things I wanted to bring up here while we still got a few more minutes before Mr. Kyle with Walker Elliott comes on, but what about what do you see as the most engaged, other than video? How do you see people most engaging with content? Do you see more comments with video? Do you see more engagement with with static images? How's the engagement with different pieces of media?
Well, I see a lot more engagement that when we do posts that involve certain people, where like it's at a group or something that comes up where hey, we're celebrating this, and like hey, like with nomad of the week, we get that up, and that brings up and gets people very interested in that, and kind of help that bring kind of a human side to the whole thing, that get people thinking, the whole, I don't mean to sound esoteric, but just the whole human aspect of it, and that I find gets a lot of engagement. And certain, and it sometimes it's just I'll do memes that have a really great saying on it, and all of a sudden that people really like, and that gets a lot of it, or get people talking, and if you get the right saying for the right time, and that gets people going. So yeah.
The content and engagement process is typically an organic process. So as a company or as a person that's trying to sell a product or gain access to a market, you typically, when you're using promotions, whether it's on Facebook, LinkedIn, or YouTube, or Google, it's important to understand the market that you're going after, or the region that you're going after, because the way that this works is, it's just like any other advertisement service. You're going to pay them money, and you're going to work inside that dashboard, and you're going to try to figure out, or you're going to pay someone to figure out what market or what region you need to be advertising in. It's typically not something that you learn overnight, and sometimes you spend copious amounts of money trying to figure out the dashboard of one of your of any of these ads display where Facebook has their ad place, and Google has AdWords, and all of these different platforms have dashboards that take some time to get used to. And even from
they're always changing.
Just to be honest, even from RigLink's side, whenever we're doing, we do market tests to test the CTR, or the click-through rates, as well as the CPMs, or the cost per 1,000 impressions. We do market tests from time to time across each one of these platforms to understand where they are with kind of like what content engages the best and what gets the most impressions. And we want to make sure and understand the process before we start teaching other people how to do the process or using the process for other people. And so if you're a company or if you're an individual and you don't have that time available and you don't have that those resources available, and a lot of times it can be turnkey one-off jobs or whatever, you guys feel free to drop me and Tom a message about anything that you guys need, or any tools that you may need to get out there and get your business or get your brand in front of any other part of the market. I mean, it's not easy. These dashboards are designed to be used by people that understand social media. And if you don't understand social media, those dashboards can be confusing. So if you get in there and get stuck, feel free to drop us an inbox on any of the platforms, or you can go to our website and hit us up on the contact us page, and we'll do our best to try to work you through whatever situation you're in. It's not always going to be free, but we'll give you more free. Not always going to be free, but we'll give you more free. So you get a bald guy and a guy that knows a little bit about social media.
That's our superhero names.
Social media guy and bald guy.
Yeah.
Heck yeah, that's always good. We've got let's see if we got any new comments
World's worst
coming in.
superhero names.
What's that?
World's worst superhero names. World's worst superheroes.
Yeah. I've never I've only been super to a few people in my life. Most of them have been kids.
Yeah.
So I pride myself in being super with my kids. I think having a good relationship with your kids are important.
Good point.
What about just real quick? One other part. What about like news media, Tom? How do you see that? Take for example, like sharing articles and things like that. What's your best idea on sharing an article? Do you like, a lot of people that when they see an article pop up in a news feed, they only read like the thumbnail of whatever it says, right? And so sometimes the thumbnail can be the text in the thumbnail, and the dynamic thumbnail can be not the same as the text that's in the article. So click here to win $1 million, and you go into the article and it's a article about raising camels. So what's your suggestion on like sharing or, looking at these articles or sharing articles across the news feeds?
You're going to be limited on that text part, right? That you get to post that introduces the article.
Right. The character amount. Yeah.
Yeah. The character amount. LinkedIn is the smaller amount compared to Facebook, but you want to summarize what's there and kind of get in and kind of curate it, get in there and kind of break down and get kind of the gist of the article, where people can come in and get a good understanding of what's there and decide if they even want to, they want to read the article. But this gives them an understanding, gives, you kind of, if there's bullet points, you can put in the bullet points there, and it kind of explains what's coming up. And so make people decide if they, in a way to entice them to click on and read the article. But, some people may go, this is not something I want to read, and they'll move on. So
do you think a photo gets more traction than an article link with no photo?
Oh yeah, photo definitely. Photo is going to get a lot more. You can come in and you can either let the article prompt the photo, but I like to do a lot is come in and take a screenshot, of the the headline of the article and put it on there. That gives me control. I can post that, get that up there, and people can see what's coming up.
Yeah, I mean we're creatures of habit, right? We are we're much the same as any other creature on the planet. We like shiny stuff, and so if you have a photo up there that looks like a train wreck, that's been a train wreck that's been put through a shredder, typically you're not going to get anyone to read your text. And it's just I hate to say that, but we're like Golem from The Ring, huh? We're like shiny stuff. I mean, we're attracted to shiny stuff. So it's whether it's a shiny video thumbnail or a static photo or any kind of an image, man. We like shiny stuff like your head. We like shiny stuff,
Yeah.
We like shiny stuff.
Yeah, and it's something to kind of entice people to say, hey, this could be interesting. And plus, in that situation, you want to kind of, and after you post it, see how it looks. Make sure you didn't, mess something up. Get in there and kind of get it going. But that checking your work after you've done, because you don't want, maybe you put the wrong photo or you got in a hurry. But come in, check your work, see how it looks, because you can always come back and you can delete it and start over. And but yeah, definitely photos, that stuff that can capture. It's just, as Greg said, it's just human nature. It's a great way to do it.
All right, Tom, give me just a second. Keep going. I've got to send a quick email here to Kyle. Go ahead.
Okay. But yeah, do the photos, and there's a lot of training you can do online. We've got a lot of stuff on several articles on riglinks.com. You can see what other people are doing. There's a lot of these thought leaders in social media present a lot of training that you can go and find and kind of give you an idea of what to do. But as I said earlier, especially people in sales, it's such a great tool to have and understand. It's the get out and present yourself, because you're with this virus, we're not able to sit in front of, you're not able to go as many offices and sit in front of people, or, if you can get in there, you're all wearing masks or yada, yada, but you can get in there, and this is a great way to get there, get in front of their feed, because there's a lot of people that this is the new norm. They're going in, and social media is how they, a lot of people are getting their information, and so it's something we all need to master.
I agree. I think the worst thing you could do is not have a presence. So you need to get in there, and you need to have some kind of a media presence there.
And put your picture on your LinkedIn profile.
For sure.
Yeah. Get a nice picture. You don't have to wear a tuxedo or anything, but get a nice looking picture, put it up there, professional looking, and so it helps gets your presence out there in front of people.
Yeah, Jess talked a little bit earlier about your LinkedIn profile and some of the things that people can work on. There's multiple classes out there, and videos out there to get you engaged with LinkedIn and to help you with your profile. We have done in the past free resume review here with RigLinks, and we still can. If you need, some tips on your resume or some different things that could get you some better visibility for your resume, then feel free to drop it in our inbox on LinkedIn there, or you can feel free to send it to us or contact us on our website, and we'd be more than happy to give you our thoughts on it. We come from the thing that we have here with RigLinks is we have multiple different people in our organization across sales, operations, marketing, development, research, engineering. We have multiple different people here, so it gives us a good kind of background about what we would be looking for if we were going to be recruiting somebody like us, with the skills that that we have. So yeah, it gives us a good background to get you some feedback. All right, let's see here. You have to get your shine off. Oh,
Yeah,
there you
get the
go.
light.
It's a bit more light.
Yeah, 'cause starting with the light coming in, I'm starting to look like I'm in some kind of FBI witness protection program.
I was actually going to say the same thing. I was going to know what you were on trial for there.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so got the old ring light on.
All right. Well, Tom, looks like we're going to go ahead and bring in Mr. Kyle Mosley here with Walker Elliott, and we will have a chat with him.
Tough people want tough people, right?
Mr. Kyle.
Don't want to be surrounded by a bunch of weak people. Tough people want to be around tough people, right? And so you have to really stop.
How are you today?
You know, are you letting them control the process, or are you in controlling the process? And they actually came to you to control the process. And
Kyle.
Mr. Kyle, how are you? Oh, nope, can't hear you yet. Some audio difficulties there. Looks like you can hear us, though.
Kyle, can you hear us?
Give him just a second there.
Think he's got his thing on mute?
Might have.
Kyle, are you on mute?
Give him just a second here. Maybe we can get it figured out. Is he calling me?
Yeah, maybe calling you.
No.
Hey, can you guys hear me now?
Gotcha,
All
Kyle.
right, there he is.
All right.
I was
Sorry
just going to
about
send. I was just going to send the FBI witness protection plan over and see if you can't see if we can't get involved with Tom there. Seemed like he had that
Hey,
on the go. So
Look, I've been dodging those guys for a while now. How you
right.
guys doing?
Fantastic, fantastic. What about yourself this morning? How are you?
Doing well, doing well. I apologize. We had a long meeting, and but I'm here now.
Well, that's good. That's good. I think it's good to actually have a place where you can have a meeting, and you can actually have a have a discussion and be something. It's the whole world's changed, hasn't it?
Truly has changed. But the one thing about life is that you have to adapt. You have to be able to evolve with the situations that are presented you. And I believe that even though that we're going through this special, well, not special, but this trying time in this pandemic, that we can be able to and will see a better light once we go through it. But with everything that's difficult, you have to go through the situation.
That's right. I think it's one of the things that's a big takeaway this morning is how robust that it's starting to create. It's starting to create a system that that has multiple different checks and balances in it now, where we were exposed to certain risks and processes that we didn't know we actually had. So take for example, some of your travel processes. Well, we've all been through the international travel thing before, but how many times have you been asked for your ID on these trips now? I mean, or how many times have you been asked to fill out this form or fill out this document or take a photo or look in this camera? So what it's done is it's put a more robust process in place. Although it is more time consuming, it's still created some additional checkpoints and balances there that's good for what we do.
Definitely.
So for Kyle, for everyone out there, just could you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about who you are and the company that you work for?
Yeah, well, my name is Kyle Mosley, and I'm a recruiter from Walker Elliott out of Houston, Texas. And Walker Elliott is it's not a large firm. We have around 14 recruiters at this time, but we are very tenured in what we do. Walker Elliott is one of the few firms that have multi-pinnacle society members. We have 3 on our staff, and those are, if you guys don't know what Pinnacle Society is, those are the top recruiters in the whole country. So, and we're fortunate to have talented individuals like them. I've been recruiting for over 28 years, and I recruit primarily in the engineering and technical sector. But at Walker Elliott, we also have information technology recruiters, and we also have oil and gas recruiters who are very good at what they have been doing over the past several years as well. So, but my specialty, I specialize in more manufacturing, operations managers, engineering, technical type of personnel that I am able to place with my clients.
So you work across multiple verticals, but
Yes, I do.
you mainly, your main focus is oil and gas. Is that correct?
Correct. That is
Okay.
correct. Oil and gas as well as petrochemicals.
Okay. Okay. So what regions do Walker Elliott kind of cover as far as recruiting? Kind of what, when I say regions, like what areas in the US are you
Okay.
looking for? Yeah.
Yeah. So primarily here in Texas, right? Houston, then we go to Midland, Odessa, Pecos. Then we have Dallas, Fort Worth. Then we have some clients in Colorado as well, Oklahoma. So those are some of the major areas. We also have had some in Louisiana. I've had clients in Louisiana as well as Arkansas. So those are just major areas that we have been concentrated in over the past several years.
Do you do much for the offshore sector? Or is it more land based?
More land-based.
Okay.
It has been more land-based.
You've seen a bit of a, go ahead.
Yeah, in my years prior, I did do more offshore, but recently it has been more land-based.
Yeah. Have you starting to see a little bit of an uptick for Midland and West Texas starting to move a little bit?
Yeah, we've had it's been kind of interesting. We've had some smaller companies that have approached our recruiters to be able to get some specialty talent like reservoir engineers or directors or guys who specialize in finance. So it's been pretty interesting lately that we see a positive focus going forward versus at the beginning of the year, of course, everybody was struggling, but the orders have been coming in.
Those specialized positions, I don't, yeah, you're right. Those don't come along a lot. So what I'm probably getting a takeaway from that is, a lot of the different company mergers and restructuring, and there's probably some people that have been moved out of some different positions and they're looking for some new talent or some roles to fill some of those places, and where they've merged together and possibly are not using the other company's talent or whatnot. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure that there's possibilities in a lot of different markets for that. I mean, I think
right
before it's all over with, I think we're all going to be Schlumberger before it ends anyway. So, but Schlumberger or Halliburton, I'm not exactly sure who's in the running now.
The guys with the great takeovers, right?
For sure.
Well, the one thing is, you do have good companies out there. You just have to do the research. And I tell a lot of guys when they are pursuing efforts, it's always our inclination to be able to move to the big companies. And like you say, oh, well, if I need a job, let me apply at Schlumberger. Let me go to Halliburton, like you say, or someone to that nature. But there are smaller companies that are growing, and you guys may want to look at private equity funded type of companies as well to be able to see that those companies can offer you the growth potential. Now, there are risks, of course, that go along with it, but in the
longevity being one of those risks.
Yeah, longevity. But what else can you be able to get out of being with those firms? When I have a small business, so as a small business owner, I'm able to do various jobs at the same time. So my tasks are very varied. So I have to do the recruiting, the advertising, the promotion, everything, right? Sometimes with a larger firm, you only segment it to do one item or one action item or task per day. So smaller firms have you to be able to learn different aspects of the job, and maybe it could be able to help promote you, and you may be able to start having the affinity to learn different aspects that and cultivate those aspects of your career to help you and to be able to grow you.
No, that makes sense. It's you always have to have a bit of guidance and a bit of leadership when you come to the job market, or like many people that's in our comments and on our stream today that has been out of work since January, February, and the market changes so fast that you do have to have guidance from time to time.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I can appreciate, Kyle, is some of that guidance that your company as well as yourself are providing, for people that are looking for. It doesn't even have to be specialized positions these days. Sometimes just a pat on the back and hey, things are going to be fine. It's going to, works out. Although it doesn't always pay the bills, it is good to pass on a friendly comment from time to time.
Yeah. And that's why we try to respond to as many people as possible directly. If they have comments either through email or either through LinkedIn, we get a lot of emails there.
I can imagine.
But it's good because some people are not going to be able to be as transparent with you as the next person, right?
I 100% agree.
So I try, and I've learned through many trials and tribulations and many errors that you have to be able to let a person know, look, I can help you, or no, I can't help you. And these are the reasons why. Or let me tell you some of the challenges you're going to have with the resume that you just presented to.
Right.
So those are the things I try to do. And we at Walker Elliott, we try to incorporate in being as open and as honest with our potential candidates or potential clients, whomever, because if you hide the truth, eventually it's going to come back and bite you, right?
For sure.
So that's just some of the things that we have taken initiative in, and being able to kind of say, this is what we hang our hats on.
So not only do you, at least read the CV and the resume when it comes through, you also give people pointers and tips from time to time and tell them how they can, make this look a little bit better. Right.
Yeah, I do, man. And
I know it's not easy. I know it's not easy getting as many as you do, looking at every single one of them, but I can guarantee you that the people that are in this stream today and that's on these different, in these comments, do appreciate that there are still recruiters out there that actually do read the resumes and they're not just filing them. So
and one thing, we're all human. And I've been on that other side trying to find a job as well. So I can only want to give back what I have experienced as well, to make sure that I'm sharing and being as open as possible.
Servitude. That's it.
Definitely.
So from some of your previous comments, I know we talked a little bit about West Texas, but how do you feel the market is overall right now? Do you feel that it's moving a little bit? Do you feel it's kind of ticking up a little bit? Tell us what you think.
Yeah, well, I can tell you both in oil and gas as well as manufacturing and IT. We've seen an increase in orders in IT, more than we anticipated. Manufacturing, I've been pretty surprised how well it's been doing so far. And the oil and gas, I already spoke on how those guys have seen a little uptick as well. So I think it's positive for 2021. Man, I can't remember thinking about that number, 2021, right?
Anything with a 2 and a 0 on the end of it, I want it to be over.
Yeah. Everybody wanted to put 2020 out of their minds. But I think you have to be positive. You have to go into next year positive as well. And if you're looking for a new career, or if you're looking for a new home, you have to be positive right now, during this holiday season that's approaching us to say, let me try to retool something. Let me try to get some expert eyes on my resume or my approach to be able to market myself. And sometimes when you're looking for a job, you have to become your own recruiter.
That's right.
Right? You have to be the one aggressively going after the opportunities, having your Excel spreadsheet of who you sent your resume to, but not only sitting there and waiting for a response, but picking up the phone or sending an email to be able to get a response. So you can't just sit and wait, guys.
That's right. The having a sheet like that prepared and keeping up with what you're doing speaks volumes, especially, whenever you're speaking with a recruiter or someone that's very detail orientated across the phone or across the PC.
Yeah.
And you say, this is the last time I contacted you. This was the date, and it's not typically, or I sent you this email on this time. I mean, it's not always just about a record keeping process for yourself. It's also about being detail orientated. And that's another one of those things that'll give you an advantage.
Yeah. But also, Greg, I got to say this, man, you have to be aware. Okay, let's take myself. I'm a recruiter. If you send your resume to me, guess what? I got 100 other resumes that are probably coming to me every day in my inbox, right? So you have to be the one to say, I understand the process sometimes from company to company may not be as efficient, right? But what can I do to kind of help you enhance the process? What can I be able to share information I can share with you to be able to take my name to the top of that next stack that's coming in from day to day?
Right.
So those are the things that you're going to have to be aggressive at doing, especially in 2021, to be able to get your name or have a hiring manager to recognize who you are in this whole process of interviewing and hiring.
Yeah, to give you a bit of luster to stick out in the crowd.
Exactly. Like my shiny head, man.
We were just talking about
it's a
shiny
big
heads. You would actually. we may have to recruit you into the Hairless Foundation. Looks
man,
like we've got a good start here with Tom. So
yeah,
hey,
look,
we outnumber you here, man.
That's right. Look, it's okay. Let it go. Let it go and then let it glow.
So from your guys, from your guys' side, Kyle, what has kind of COVID-19 kind of wrenches that's been thrown in the works here with you guys, and how has that kind of affected your process? I mean, other than the reduction in orders, how does that look like from the client side that's approaching you? What kind of processes did you guys have to put in place?
Well, from our office standpoint, or from dealing with clients and candidates?
The client standpoint, yeah.
Well, we couldn't do the client visits like we used to.
Sure.
We couldn't travel. We couldn't meet our clients in person. We couldn't be able to visit to kind of ascertain what their environment was. So we had to do more communication via this channel through Zoom, or I use StreamYard as well. So those are some of the things that we had to incorporate in our process. So also, if you're a candidate, you've got to have a camera now, right?
Yeah,
you've got to be able to have that and be able to set up your office or wherever you're presenting yourself to be, I wouldn't say sterile, but make it look as professional as possible. So those are just some of the challenges we had there. We also had to be able to make sure we over communicate, meaning that we make sure that we're on the same page. We just don't take an order without having conversations and having these two ways to make sure that we find the appropriate people that's necessary for the client. So those are some of the things that we had to do. In our office, we had to come up with cubicles. We had an open environment at first, but to make people feel safe, we had to do a little bit extra when it came to COVID-19.
All those open floor concepts that we were looking, that everyone was raving about in Houston there for all of those years, now it turns right back into what we were used to.
Yeah. And it's kind of strange. It was strange at first, but it's something that we had to adapt to. Just like I said at the beginning, it's still with the job market. You just have to adapt to certain subtle nuances here and there, right? That's different than what you were accustomed to.
Right. And you were talking about the camera backgrounds and the sterile environment. I was looking at Tom's bunk bed right there in the back, like he just got up out of the bed and got on camera right there. So I see that. I see the pillow and the headboard there. So, Tom, notes for you.
Yeah, I saw you smiling. That's why I turned around.
Oh well, when he made the comment, I started laughing. I realized I was on a public stream, so I was trying to keep the red in my face from going. So Kyle, just to kind of wrap it up here with you, how can people find you and your company?
Okay, you can go to WalkerElliott.com. That's WALK. Well, let's see, WALKER Elliott ELLIOTT.com. To be able to look at all of the information that we have. We have our job descriptions, we have about us, and you can also read about the recruiters and their bios online at Walker Elliott. You can contact me directly at kmosley@walkerelliott.com. Okay. We have a great owner. Her name is Betsy Elliott. You can be able to ask her any questions or ask anybody on our team any questions. Betsy's main focus is IT. So we have a great IT team. Those guys are very tenured. They know the industry. Let's see, we have four. Four who have over 25 years of experience apiece. So we have really good people here at Walker Elliott. That's why we do such a good job in helping our clients as well as the candidates.
So yeah, for one of the takeaways I had from Kyle and some of the different conversations here with IT, so a holler out to all you electronic technicians and IT professionals offshore that are currently in the market looking for a transition over to another industry or any other place where your skills may apply. Then Mr. Kyle and Walker Elliott would be a good place for you to send your resume if you're looking to swap, or not swap, but looking to kind of recreate yourself.
Can I say something? If you guys are on this program, if you want to send me your resume and say, just look, I saw you on Rick Lynx, I would like to be able to have you just give me some suggestions. Feel free to give me a call or send me your email or look me up on LinkedIn as well. You can find me at Kyle Mosley on LinkedIn. So I am here. And if you need any advice whatsoever, whatever I could do to help out, let me know.
Hey, Kyle, quick question. Do you have, when people are, kind of sitting at home looking for jobs, this is such a great time to do some additional training online. Do you have any recommendations of, different trainings, like people are doing, IT, manufacturing, I realize that's kind of a broad range there of,
right.
Of different, like what training people should get in IT to make them more appealing to employers or manufacturing and stuff like that.
That's a good question. I don't know the IT side as well as Betsy, and I have Amanda and Mike. Those guys know the IT side a lot better than I do. You can contact me. I can be able to get you to those guys on the IT side as far as certifications are concerned, right? Okay. Manufacturing certifications as well. I'm deal with more the professional guys, and I also put, from time to time do industrial technicians, process technicians from time to time. But I think the best thing I would say, Tom, is always, if you don't have the answers, go to YouTube.
Oh yeah.
I mean, and I'll be honest with you, if you want to really understand what certifications are really hot sometimes, go on LinkedIn and look at a job or look at a person who's doing the job at a company where you want to go to work, right? So if you see a process engineer or a process technician at, let's say, Honeywell, right? Well, pull up their information, look what they're doing, what type of certifications that they may have, cross-reference to see if you're in the queue for that or you have knowledge of it, and approach it that way and see if you can be able to get some of those certifications as well.
Good point. Yeah.
So I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, it did very much so. I think I figure with a lot of people, sitting at home, this is a great time to, get online and do some additional training and, make yourself, maybe come back and get another job making more money. So
yeah, look, I was listening to a couple of guys this morning in my car driving to work. There's a guy who's a writer. His name is Malcolm Gladwell, right? And he says that if you do something for 10,000 hours, you could become more proficient at doing it, right? And a lot of people say, well, I don't have 10,000 hours. You may not have 10,000 hours, but sometimes you have 10 hours
right
in a week that you can pick up a book, read, or go online, look at how you could be able to understand if it's ESP, I'm using some, or .NET, something like that in IT.
Sure.
If you could be able to brush up on some of your skills here or there, why don't you go on and try to learn from some of these free sources that are available online at this time? It's very important that you do the work to try to make yourself as proficient as possible as well.
Yeah, and I speaking of that, I think a lot of people like that have that pay for the LinkedIn profiles, the ones with the gold symbol. A lot of them don't realize that they have access to all that LinkedIn learning out there.
Yes,
right.
yes. Oh, yeah. There's a good wealth of information that's there as well. Go on LinkedIn. There's some recruiting firms that also provide some talent profiles on how you can be able to get some training. There's some staffing firms. So there's a difference between recruiting firms and staffing firms, right? But some staffing firms are the ones that mostly can give you more an idea of what type of certifications you need to go and approach.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, Kyle, it's been amazing this morning. Thanks for coming on. You dropped your information there about how to get in touch with you and Walker Elliott, so that's much appreciated. By the way, you guys brought up training, and Kyle, you spotted out the 10,000 hours before you're able to be kind of proficient at something. But I can guarantee you that you and Tom don't have to do combing hair anymore as one of those.
No, I'm very proficient at shaving my head.
Yeah. You're done with that deal, aren't you?
Yeah,
putting the
done.
smooth on.
Yeah.
The factory is shut down.
I mean, with the shine coming off you guys, I was having to turn the light down here in the office.
There you go.
Mr.
Now,
Kyle,
one thing I can say also, guys, I see you have a lot of people who are from their international. Hey, welcome. Thanks for being a part of the stream. We don't do any international recruiting. So I just want to put that out there for you to let you know that internationally we have kept all of our recruiting efforts domestically. Okay.
There's nothing wrong with truth, and that's the way it should be, Kyle.
There you go.
I appreciate your time this morning, and thanks for coming on, and have a wonderful day.
Hey, you guys need anything else, you can always reach out to me. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right, Tom.
Well, we got someone asking what online certification ? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was probably just a general overview of, kind of where people can go or where people can look for different things. But I mean, and it was I think it was just, like I said, just a question in general from Mr. Frost there in the Canaries. But our next guest coming on is Mr. Ryan Ray. Ryan and I go back a little while there, a couple of years, but we'll get him in the studio now.
Good morning.
Morning,
Mr. Ryan. How are you?
Good. So you mentioned going back a few years. Do you remember the first time we met?
Actually, it was.
Don't cheat. Don't cheat. You got.
I'm thinking here in my mind. I'm actually thinking it was on okay, so my wife went to a skeet shoot,
Mhm.
and you were podcasting
Okay, you
live.
were that day.
I was not there that day.
You're
I
that-
was not there that day that the firearm was discharged in the bathroom of the actual firing range. So
Oh,
what I understand, it was quite an event, and so from that point forward, I was wondering if I wanted to be involved with much of that stuff. So
yeah,
but-
yeah. You know, just real quick. So we're sitting there, and I had my podcast stuff, as you said, set up in the bathrooms over to the right. And I'm so trying to get my stuff done, just focus on that. And I hear this loud noise. It doesn't even register to me that a gun just went off. I'm thinking like a light burst or something. And so then everyone gets quiet, and I kind of look up, and I did it all, click. This is 2 seconds elapse. And I just remember looking at that door, just waiting for the blood to come underneath the door, because you thought, the gun went off the bathroom. You thinking someone died. Luckily, no one
for
was
sure.
hurt, and it was a lucky deal. But I just remember just sitting there, just waiting, going, "Oh my gosh!" And then they went and approach the door, and you're like, "Okay, am I on the line of fire?" It was everyone had a gun, so I was podcasting, so I was
curing constipation. Jeez.
Well, that was so that would that would have been 2017, I think.
probably 17, yeah, probably 17.
Yeah, and then we came on, and I think I did a set with you. I guess it was a couple of months later. Whenever I think it was on the Texas Oil and Gas podcast. So yeah, and I think it's we've done a couple of other different things together. But one of the reasons I wanted you to come on is because I think that that the way you present things and your broadcasting style and your voice is much different than a lot of the other people out there, especially that I listen to. We do a lot of kind of the same thing. We're in different streams and in different markets, but I'm also as well a subscriber to your War Room Media.
I really appreciate that.
And I think that a lot of the things that you hit on in there strikes a nerve with some people. But I appreciate it. And one thing I do appreciate from your website is the tagline for those who don't watch Fox or MSNBC.
Yeah.
So I like that tagline. I put it in some of our promotion material. So I do like that from your side.
Well, thank you. So, I think just generally speaking, the newsletter is still trying to get its legs and figure out everything it wants to do and whatnot. It's its own animal. But, one of the frustrations I have, and I'm pretty open. I'm a libertarian, so I don't really, if you follow me long enough, you hear me say that. And what happened, just in short, I can tell. I remember I used to listen to Rush Limbaugh, Sean Hannity, all those guys, and there was really a moment for me when I was listening to Sean Hannity that really kind of turned me off of the mainstream media. I mean, I still watched it for a time after, but I really kind of shaped my understanding of what was going on. And I never forget it. I know where I was. Hannity had this guy on, and he was criticizing some Democratic strategist for his candidate having an affair and running for an election. And this was in, we'll say, California. I don't know. And the guy sitting back, well, Sean, my guy's not running on family values, but your candidate in Florida or wherever is, and he did the same thing. What do you say about that? And I thought, okay, this is gonna be interesting, because the Democrat's saying he doesn't care about family values. The Republican does. They both had an affair. What is Sean going to say? And Sean Hannity said, "This is my show. I ask the questions." And that was his
Right.
I thought, oh, this is not really Sean. Whatever Sean Hannity believes, it's not. He doesn't. He's not going to defend anything of substance. He's just here to do his talking points and do his shtick, which is fine. Good for him. He's made a lot of money, but that doesn't interest me. And so from that point forward, I've kind of looked for alternative media to kind of get different opinions and try to think about stuff. And so that was really kind of, I mean, I was relatively young, and again, still watch Fox and CNN and MSNBC for until I've got, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years ago, I guess. But I didn't really watch them like I used to. Like I was locked in, every day. And that was kind of the moment I said, okay, whatever's going on here, this is not what people think it is, especially not what I thought it was. I thought Hannity was just passionate of conservatism. And he's not. He's just trying to promote his guy. And then, of course, you saw that.
It's all about the audience you're speaking to, and you have to appeal to that audience. So
yeah, so you saw that when Hannity defended some non-Republicans running for president and stuff like that. So you'd see stuff like that play out. So that's what I'm saying is that, I'm not trying to necessarily, I mean, some of the stuff I say, I do try to be offensive, not in the sense of I'm trying to offend you because of who you are, but I'm trying to expose the hypocrisy of what's going on in the situation.
I agree.
It's
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. 100%. So on your side, with things, I know you guys have covered a lot of different kind of things in the industry
Mhm.
and throughout the market. But what about how are you seeing the COVID-19 and the impact kind of on the market right now? I know you're still actively involved in, multiple different places, China being one of them. So how is that looking from your side?
Yeah, I mean, I think, if you go back to when the Russians and the Saudis announced a price war, I knew that day we were in trouble. And this was before the US shutdown. It was
Sure.
what, a week and a half or 4 days or whatever it was. Yeah, I knew that day we were in big trouble. I think what's kind of been lost since then is, we talk about new normals and all this stuff, but really it's the in 2019 we had an economy, whatever you think of it, that was working at a certain efficiency. And when will we get back to that? And I don't think we are close to getting back to that. I think there are a lot of obstacles that have to be dealt with, and from a geopolitical standpoint, how will the Biden administration handle China? Will they, one of the things was leading to the election that Biden would be harder on China because he could build a coalition. Well, maybe he can, but the EU has to grow a spine and actually stand up to China if that's what they want to do. And so, but if they do, then China's in a bad spot, and so that might hurt China. But when we say hurt China, you have to understand that China buys a lot of U.S. oil. So
Yeah.
so, I think we cast these big, broad narratives of this is good, this is bad, and there's a lot of nuance there. And the biggest thing that's been omitted, I'm sure you're aware of this, is what's going on in emerging markets. You're seeing Zambia default on its debt right now. I think they're 3 billion. Is that what I remember reading? In debt they're defaulting on, and so at some
Is that
point,
all in there with IMF? That's all. It's all back to those guys.
yeah, and so what you're going to see is at some point again, as there's going to be a focus on how do you re-stimulate these emerging markets, and when that happens, if it happens at the right time, then I think the economy will pick back up and kind of get going. But so there's things we got to deal with. What are the nations going to do about China and the coronavirus? And I think none of the global leaders are in a spot right now to deal with. And I'm not trying to take a side on the issue. I'm just saying.
No, we don't want to check any of the boxes above. That's exactly what the test would look like.
Well, I mean, at some, right now. So if you're Germany, there's protests going on in Germany, and
Sure.
and the German business leaders are upset because China's stealing their technology. Okay, well, do you think the German chancellor has the political capital to go out and say, "Hey, you know what? We're really going to lay the hammer on China"? No, because
No.
her own
No.
people are mad at her. So I think there's a lot of that reshifting and rebalancing that has to go on, and that's not good for oil and gas. And that's the long-winded answer, I suppose.
No, I mean, I agree. I think it comes back to, everything is, projects are short. It's the amount of capital that you have to spend within that 90 days and how much purse strings that they give you, leeway with. It just doesn't seem to be overall happy at the moment as far as cash goes going into new projects. But what about any new stuff that you've heard of coming? Have you heard of anything, regionally wise here in Texas? Any new projects?
Yeah, so we are seeing the rig count go up, and the question is that going to be a good thing or a bad thing? And so, right, and so,
I mean, I have to look at it from two different perspectives. You're looking at it from a fracking perspective, and you're looking at it from, a production, say like the stuff that the guys are doing in East Texas. So it's a bit of a different. You're kind of split down the middle here where we live. You got the left and the right hand side battling across the kind of the ownership of what goes in the pipeline first, and as far as long projects. But I think I think any uptick at the moment is good. I think after the year that we've had, I think that any new work is good for, people that are looking for work. I think for the market, I think internationally, I don't think what we do in the short term between West Texas and East Texas and some of the southern parts of the U.S. is going to impact the market in the short term. I think OPEC Plus and the stuff that they got going on is going to be a larger impact than what we can do. So I don't think we'll ever be able to be back pre-COVID-19 anytime in the short near future. So
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. So it depends on who are we talking about. Are we talking about the guy, the rig hand? For him, it's fantastic because he's going to feed his
exactly.
Thanksgiving and Christmas. So I'm never mad about someone getting to work.
Sure.
And that's always hard to balance because you're like, this might not be good for the industry, but you also have to realize that those guys out there working, they don't care about the price of oil or any of that stuff relative to the global impact. They need a paycheck. So I agree with you there. If you remember, I know you remember this. I guess probably last 2 years, the conversation around shale oil and gas was, oh, we got to keep the rigs going, or the decline rates are too steep, and we'll just run out of production, and so they have to keep doing it. Well, now it's been said multiple times that if you can put out about 25% of the rigs, more or less, you can keep the production capacity at where it was. So to keep production levels at where they were is not as hard as maybe we were led to believe, because that was the big thing, is that shale has to keep drilling and drilling and drilling. Well, okay, with 25% of rigs to keep production up, that doesn't bode well, right?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, and so if you're looking for jobs,
it's a lot of overspending there as well. So
yeah, so if you're looking for jobs, what I would say is not only chase the rigs, but also, if you're publicly traded companies who are putting rigs out, go look at their agreements. Who's carrying their gas? Because if you're out there, swinging a hammer on a rig, you can go work for a pipeline construction company just the same, right?
sure.
So if you can move heavy equipment, so I think you have to be nimble right now. You have to say, okay, well, XTO's drilling, and Enterprise is moving their product, and and kind of step back from it and try to figure out where is everything going as best you can, and try to, unless you have a very niche skill, maybe try to be a little bit more of a generalist.
That's exactly one of the things that's been highlighted since we started the stream this morning, was the ability to be multilateral and get across a bunch of different verticals with what you do.
Yeah.
It's not, and I think Ryan, for example, I mean, all three of us sitting here on this stream right now, this is not our original profession.
Right.
So all of us, I was operations, Tom was sales, and yourself, you have a lot of different backgrounds, fortes there, but none of us were intent to be sitting here, streaming and having conversations about, different things with the industry, especially right now.
No, yeah, that's exactly right.
But it's a good tool. And Ryan, one of the things that I wanted to talk to you about, but we're running out of time here for us. But in the future, we're going to be rolling out a couple of different things, and one of them will be basically a kind of a storytelling kind of stream. And one of those is we're going to be bringing on, random guests and giving them the chance to, grab a story from their career and just have a chat back and forward with it. So I think you're one of the viable candidates. At least you still have hair.
Yeah, well,
so
I heard that discussion. So I have had this V-shaped since I was a kid. So at some point it's going to go on, I'm assuming, but
your forehead turns into a 5 head.
6 or 7 at least. It goes way back. Yeah.
Well, Ryan, I appreciate you coming on, buddy. Thank you for this morning.
Yeah, real quick.
Go ahead.
I published an article in the RWA magazine in February 2017 during that downturn about how to get a job. Some of the stuff's still relevant. I'll link to that in here as well if folks want to go back and read that. And the advice I said then, the same advice I said now, is just be tenacious, go all in. And so I'll put that in there for if folks find that helpful. And thanks for having me.
No, that's fantastic, Ryan. Anything you could do to get anything back to these people in the comments would be great, man.
Yeah, I think it's on page 36. But anyways, thank you so much, Greg, for this and for what you guys doing. I love it. You guys are on top of it, so I really appreciate that.
Hey, buddy, we'll see you again, and thanks for coming on. And before we get out of here, how can people find you?
You can connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm in the comments a couple times, so if you want to connect with me there, that's fine. warroommedia.com. I know it's a career fair, so I don't. The newsletter has a free option, a paid option. If you connect through the career fair. You send me an email. I'll give you a comp 60-day trial or something like that because you're looking for a job. I don't want to sell your product. If you're looking for a job, so that's not what this is about. But
it's not about selling the product, but I can tell you that I'm a subscriber to it, and Ryan puts out a lot of good info. So I like a bit of offensiveness from time to time. It keeps the blood flowing. So anybody that likes to get a kick out of somebody prodding the big bear with a stick and waiting to see what happens, and Ryan's your guy.
All the bears.
Thanks, buddy. Have a great day, and we'll catch up soon.
Thanks, Ryan.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right. We have our next guest is Miss Stacy from Puglisevich USA, and let's bring her into the stream.
Hi.
Good morning, Stacy. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Fantastic. So, do you mind introducing yourself? Let everybody know about yourself and the company.
Yeah. So I'm Stacy Noseworthy. I'm one of the human resources advisors here at Puglisevich USA. Basically, what we do is that we basically offer oil and gas, marine sectors. We do other industries as well, but that's definitely the main focus. We provide personnel with expertise and experience, and then basically send them to our clients to basically get them full-time employment. So we're always looking for, I always say we have two sets of clients. It's the client, the company that we're looking for the people for and to fill their workforce. And then we have the candidates that we're trying to find them the perfect job, that perfect match for them. So it's just looking at their skills and experience and then trying to figure out what they want. And then hopefully that pairs well with our clients and what our clients' needs are, and then find that opportunity for them.
No, it's great. I mean, we've had multiple people on today talking about different verticals and different things, how skills apply from the oil and gas to different markets. Have you guys looked at other kind of industries to provide services to, other than just the oil and gas? And how does that transition across the people that you're currently working with?
A lot of our clients are the oil and gas, so it's more so on the drilling sector. It's trying to branch out into those other industries and finding the candidates and then also the clients. So today, obviously, we have seen a bit of a downturn with COVID and the oil prices. So we're always looking for those different industries for people. So we continue to have, those career fairs and just connecting with people, like doing one of these to make sure that we're reaching out and finding everyone in the different industries to be able to try to find those placements for them.
No, it's important to use the tools that we're given, and that was one of the things we wanted to do, and then we were given the option to do this LinkedIn Live. There's 70,000 people there, as well as another 30 on the personal side. But but to reach this amount of people over the course of a few hours is almost unheard of. There's no way you could do an in-person event and reach this many people on a different stage. So it's good to get people that are looking for work all in the same place, pulling in the same direction. So
yeah, it really is. And we've done the career fairs, and you do get a lot of feedback and a lot of people show up, but you only have so much time, to speak with them and see them. So this is a great opportunity to kind of connect and then build those relationships, and you can connect with them then afterwards. And it's a great idea.
I mean, you can go on, Facebook, LinkedIn, or YouTube and scroll through the comments, and look at the people, and you can look at their profiles, and you can look and see, what they're doing, where they're at, and if they're in need of, employment, so everything's there. Everything's bookmarked. It doesn't go away,
It's such a different way for recruitment today. Obviously we have our website and people apply and we reach out to those people, but the LinkedIn, the messages and the people you can connect with on that, and your Facebook page, like you're just getting just as many people, if not more, connecting to your social media accounts. And then maybe they didn't see that, maybe that didn't screen because of something else they clicked on that day. So it's it's a unique, recruitment process today. You do get to see a lot more, and it's important, I think, of what people put online too, because that does also open up other doors of, what people are saying, how they're interacting with other people. That is live, and you can see that, and recruiters see that, and clients see that. So it's all reviewed, in the process for sure.
You got to get people in the room together. That's the thing. And whether it's a virtual room or whether it's an office space, I mean, it never. You still have that. You want to have that connection. You want to have that face-to-face connection. So you can pass someone a CV. You can pass someone a resume. We were talking about Jess with the agency network was talking about context and text versus voice. Typically whenever you get a resume or you get a CV or you get a message inbox, you don't know the context of the situation until you actually go face to face or speak with someone,
Yeah. And I did listen to her earlier actually, and it is different the way that people are, like, the video messages and the video calls, and we actually have like one-way interviews that like our clients can see and see that person, because nothing really beats that interaction, that one-on-one, and you can really feel that connection with the person and what they're looking for and how passionate they are about their work and their job and the things that they've done. So it is important, and it's important for applicants to realize what they put out there, and what their CV looks like, and their online content looks like, because it matters so much today. It's
your personal brand, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's who you are as a product. And I mean, although we don't like to think of ourselves as products, we are products, very much so.
Yeah.
So what? So when you say the USA side, so your region that you're focusing on at the moment is the Gulf of Mexico. From that perspective,
it is. Yeah, most of our placements will be the Gulf of Mexico, and we're really kind of focused in that area right now. It can certainly. May increase in the future, but as of right now, things are slowly picking up a bit. So that's where we find that the placements are going to be in the next little bit, and that's where we're going to focus.
Have you seen a bit of project uptick and kind of market change there, where some of the placements are starting to come quicker and being required quicker than where they would be at a later date, from a project phase point of view?
Yeah, well, it's a little bit different with us. A lot of our placements, it really depends on the calls that we get, but some of them most of them are short notice.
Spot hires.
Yeah, so we do find, like any of the placements, they are still short notice, and especially with COVID, and someone develops symptoms, they can't go off. So any of those temporary placements, excuse me, are pretty short notice. So we haven't seen much of a change in that right now, but it's definitely, it's been slower than it normally is.
So you brought up COVID, the how's the transition process been for, Pug and USA side, and the getting people in and out? Because a lot of these, when you say, spot hire or short-term work, it's not actually really short term by the time you get them in there and get them out of quarantine, get them on the rig and get them out and get them back in. There may only be one hitch, but that one hitch turns into like 2 months by the time they get back home.
Yeah.
So what's the impact there in the planning side with you guys? Yeah.
Sorry. It depends on the placement and the client, but there is that self-isolation, or there's COVID testing before people go, depending on where they're traveling from. Most of our candidates or employees that we've sent out have been local, so they haven't had to do the full, they're not traveling from other areas to do the self-isolation, but there's been COVID testing. Yeah. Because it has impacted a lot of people, obviously, traveling and the quarantine. And So we've been lucky in that way that they have been, you know, local and close by. And it's just been like the COVID testing, but it's definitely affected the rotations. Like some of the rotations are longer now than they were before, just to deal with people, you know, getting ill and getting COVID and all that screening process.
So what's some of the feedback that you guys are getting from your employees on the rig now that are pulling longer hitches? Or are they still okay with it as they were like the beginning of the year, or are they getting tired of it?
Most people, you know, honestly, everyone's been really great. Everyone's really grateful to have employment, really.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people that we speak to that's their comment. It's just, I'm really grateful to have employment right now because there's so many people that don't have it.
Same thing we hear too.
Yeah, so everyone's been really great. Like right now, like, you know, everyone's kind of sunk into that routine and that rotation. So there hasn't been too much of, you know, I'm not going to do this, or I'm not going to do this rotation anymore or anything like that. So everyone's been really great in that way. And, you know, everyone's just really trying to make it work. It's, you know, no one expected this. No one really had plans for this. So it's, everyone's kind of sunk into that routine right now until the next change. And, you know, we'll see what happens now with the vaccine that's going to come out and see how that's going to play into things. So
it's almost like you have a same email drafted up and that you send each time is like, I don't have a back-to-back, and be like, I'm working on it. Trust me, I'm going to find you somebody. It's coming. We'll get you a back-to-back, but hang out. You know, it's almost the same email that you end up sending, or the same phone call that you have, just reassuring the guys that you are there, that you are looking for somebody. You are going to get them off the rig. You're not, we're not going to, you know, leave you there for an eternity. We're going to get you off the rig. But I also, from the contractor point of view, do appreciate the time that people spend in, you know, reassuring people of the process and the situation, because it's not going to go away. You know, it's going to be a process. There's going to be a form of the process. It's going to evolve into something different, but it's never going to go back to just being able to show your passport and go in the country again. It's not going to ever be that way. So,
right. Yeah, it's, you know, it's just being transparent as possible. And even in like the recruitment process of how it works. And it's really just, you know, as much information that you can give people, as much information you can find out about them and what they're willing to do. You know, their commitments to other places and home life, and try to work around whatever you can to make sure we can get people work, right?
And holidays is always a rough one.
Yes, yeah. The holidays
just as a reminder to everybody out there that's listening, we know your pain. We know that you want to be home, or we know that you want to be working. So we've all been there at one point in time or the other. So
yeah.
All right. So how's the Newfoundland side of things?
Slow. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of contracts have been lost. A lot of rigs have, you know, gone back to, you know, Norway or Scotland, and yeah, it's slow. We expect a slow year. But you know, it's just kind of trying to be positive and see how everything's going to continue to go.
It's feast or famine. And that's the thing that I appreciated Donnie this morning when he was talking about financial planning. You know, there's this part of the industry, or basically it's actually any industry, but this one in particular, especially considering it is a job fair for the oil and gas that we're streaming here, but about financial planning and the putting money away for different situations and different things. I mean, take for example, no one knew that we would be dealing with 9, 10, 11, 12 months worth of quarantine or lockdown or viruses, and people can't move in and out of different countries. And who plans to be off for an entire year?
Yeah, exactly.
No one
does. So.
No one plans to be off for an entire year. If you plan on being off for an entire year, please tell me what you're doing, because I am not living right. So yeah.
It's it's been rough, and it's everywhere, and I think everyone understands the situation the whole world is in. But it's never easy. The oil and gas is in that downturn, but we've been through a lot of ups and downs before. it's been on the downturn before and it's come back up, and it's just kind of riding out the lows and to get back to the highs.
That's right. And when it comes, it comes like the gates have been opened up and the water doesn't stop flowing. And then when it dries up, it's almost like the desert. It's non-existent. But yeah, I mean, just one comment from Eric here on LinkedIn. Nobody plans to be off the rig that long or off from work that long. And he's right. There's no one plans for that ever.
No, and it's it is rough. The unpredictability of it. But all we can do is just try to ride it out, get those placements, and make sure that we're getting the positions that we have open and getting those people the jobs where we can.
It's also a lot to do. I know with you guys about project perspective and looking at the market, 6, 8, 12 months away and looking at new projects that are coming up. So, I mean, that works twofold. That works for, you guys as a company, and it also works in the recruiting side of it as well, as far as placing people in these positions for work. And so, these long-term projects, or these projects that are not a lot of long-term projects now, but stuff that you're looking at 8, 9, 10, 12 months away is stuff that a person being placed for a job doesn't see. They don't see that, so they only see what's in front of them over the next couple of months. And this is where, the recruiting agency's guidance and the company's guidance, whenever they're doing these type of events or looking for people in the future, that's where they have to be open, with the people that are being placed about these projects and how far they are, and they can make the decision whether they want to get involved with something like that or not.
Yeah, and it is hard because a lot of the projects, in normal times you can predict and see what's coming down the line, but everything's kind of at a standstill more so today, just because of COVID, of travel, and people don't know exactly where everything is going to be. So I think today it's a little bit hard to predict how things will go. You can see short term obviously quite easily, but it's just kind of making sure that you're on top of everything, on top with your clients, what's going on in the industry, what's going to happen with the election, and how that's going to impact things. So it's just kind of keeping that on date, and like you said, touching base with the candidates, letting them know, and then they can make the decision on if they want to continue.
Another analogy that Donnie brought up this morning too, it was like skiing downhill on fire with a gorilla chasing you.
Yeah.
It's kind of like what this is right now. So I can appreciate everybody's flexibility, especially from the recruiting point of view, because it's not easy trying to find a candidate that's that is able to take off an entire year. It is the right candidate for the job. Sometimes those guys don't come along where they're able to just get in and out of quarantine and family problems and life situations. And it seems like there's always something on the go. But the idea here is that we will try to have more of these in the future. Hopefully we can have a few more projects that you guys can announce publicly that you're doing. And we'd love to have you on again in the future to speak to more people.
Sounds great.
Absolutely. Well, Stacy, how can people find you and your company?
Well, we do have our website, Puglisevich USA.com. So all of our careers opportunities.
Can you spell that?
So it's Puglisevich USA.com.
Thank you.
And if you go to the careers section and you can apply online, someone from Human Resources will reach out once you've applied and uploaded your resume. We are on Facebook, LinkedIn, so you can find us there as well. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of people do reach out through there too. So any one of those ways is a great way to connect, and then we can follow up, or myself or one of the other Human Resources will reach out.
And if you have a question or something you'd want to get to her and you missed all of that wonderful information, you can jot a message in the comments or shoot me or Tom an inbox, and we can make sure she gets the information.
Sounds great. Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely, Stacy. It was a pleasure. And I hope you guys have a wonderful day. And tell Jackie I said hi.
I will. Thanks. Bye.
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 All right.
Yeah, she was saying that. I was like, I couldn't spell that.
It's not one that rolls off the tongue very easy. Puglisevich.
Yeah, I'm sure she's very used to it. I was like, I have no idea how to spell that.
I mean, but they're a good company. They do a lot of work regional wise in Newfoundland, and their name goes back a long time with a lot of the people there in St. John's and the surrounding areas. So they've done a lot of work for people. So it's good to have them involved in one of these live streams. Our next guest is Miss Megan Roy she's the president of 3D Media. It'll be about 5 minutes or so. I think we'll take a quick break between now.
Okay.
Take about a 5-minute break here.
I'm good with that.
And we will be right back. All right, we're back. Couple of minutes. Tom will be back in a few minutes, but For the people that are just joining the stream, this is the RigLinks live career fair for 2020, where we bring on some recruiting companies to speak about, the work they have in their regions, as well as some of the other companies that are providing services for those different places in the market. It's not an easy market. It's not a easy thing to get a service in place or to get your product marketed these days in the industry. It's just a mechanism of the machine. And one of the things that, a selfless plug here for RigLinks, one of the things that we do is we get you on a large scale. If you have a product that you need to get out there, you have a service that you want to get out there, then feel free to get in touch with Mr. Tom Schrader there on my right or left, depending on which eye you're looking out of. And it's not the Greg and Tom show, but it is the RigLinks show, and we do profile shiny bald heads here. The other thing about RigLinks too is the website stays up to date most of the time with all the trending news and things going on in the industry, as well as outside of the industry, and not just. It's an international platform that we speak to. The application, the social networking application, is being utilized in 136 countries. It has over 4,100 members on the application, and those are all being actively, used. Those people are in those different countries, and it's a melting pot of people, of experience, of technical solutions, of training, of recruitment, just a dynamic and a very diverse crowd of people. And what we really want to do is make sure that you have the tools to be successful in whatever you're looking for or whatever you need to do. I think the other part about it is we've been streaming going on 4 hours now. And as far as a live event for, a career geared stream, I'd say that's pretty successful. I'm not sure if many people out there could catch anybody's attention for longer than just a couple of minutes in the kind of industry and the kind of market that we're working with right now. So take advantage of technology, get in the room with people, and get your voice and get heard. So our next guest that's going to be coming on is Miss Megan Roy. Let me see if I can't get her added. We've added multiple times, and it seems like I always have to look for how to do it. Oh, there it is. All right, here she comes.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, Megan, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic.
Hi, Megan.
Hi, how are you?
So for everyone out there, tell us who you are and what your company does.
Yeah, so my name is Megan Roy. I am president and co-founder of 3D Media, along with my husband, Daryl, and our partners, Lance and Jaleesa Jones. So our company provides augmented reality and virtual reality solutions, virtual reality training simulators, and augmented reality human performance tools.
For the connection here, for anybody that's wondering, when we first started RigLinks up in 2017, Daryl was one of the first people in the door to promote the atmosphere, the networking atmosphere that we were trying to accomplish at that time. He knew that, that it takes a tribe, and it's not just content. And so Daryl's been very active in the market with especially clients such as Exxon and the Louisiana Economic Development Fast Start. You guys have been kind of trendsetters in getting out there in the virtual training sector. So, yeah. So how is that? How is your technology being used by Exxon at the moment?
So right now we are training operators. We had quite a few training simulators that we put out. I think about 4. We're actually on pause with them right now, but we'll pick back up in March of next year.
The explain a little bit about the Louisiana Economic Development Fast Start program and the stuff for the Air Force for people that's in that region right now.
Oh, sure. So for LED, we started out with a few different simulators for training their operators. We'd go on site, record the environment, get all of that, the expert knowledge, and just work with them one-on-one, the SMEs they're called, and just really get all of that knowledge together and put it into those simulators so that it could be real to life as possible. They're, working with this, and it's just like, when they're doing it on the job. The LED team has been really great to us. They, work closely with us to provide this technology to Exxon. So LED is like a pass-through. So they go to Exxon and they work closely with us to get that technology to them. And it's such a wonderful benefit that they're doing that for Exxon, and just providing that economic help for our area. And then with the Air Force, kind of the same concept with working with the experts in what they do. I think that's something that really sets us apart, is that we work directly and taking that knowledge from the people who are on the job every day, doing those tasks every day. And we really spend time with them, listening to their problems and, getting that problem statement and really focusing on that, focusing on solving the problems and building our solutions, our software to those problem statements.
The need for your technology and the things that you're providing to the industry is a lot of hands-off. It takes a lot of hands-on risk out of the equation, and a lot of the hand-related incidents in the market, they haven't disappeared. Although they're not talked about as much as they were, they have not disappeared. The only reason that they're not talked about as much as they were is because there's not as much work as there used to be. Yeah. And so the rate of incidents are down, but also the amount of people that's actually working is down as well. So it's a linear type of thing. But the technology that 3D Media and their partners are putting on the market is something that people need to adopt across many different verticals, and not just the oil and gas. The aerospace and the military have been using this technology for multiple years, and as everything else is, oil and gas seems to be behind the wheel with a lot of technology, and we need leaders and people to inspire us, like yourself and Daryl and your partners and co-founders there, to lead and guide the way and all the new technology that's available for us.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen in the market, there's definitely been a pause. We were about to sign a few contracts before COVID hit, and those all got put on pause. So, like you said, it's not that incidents aren't happening anymore. It's just that, the number of workers went down, and I feel like we're starting to see a pickup, but it's going to be a slow pickup for sure.
Yeah, I think when things start coming back, it'll change a little bit. But I think the main thing is that people need to stay focused on, using the right tools when they are working, using the right training, picking up the right, adopting the good habits and getting rid of the bad habits. One of the good habits would be to utilize, current technology to keep them out of harm's way. Yeah, nothing's worse than spending, 100 days offshore and day 101 have an incident, because you either didn't have the correct tools or didn't have the, correct training. So yeah, anything that can be adopted to save lives or, emphasize going home safely each hitch is important.
Yes, definitely, for sure.
Tom, since you're in the technical kind of side with us here, anything that you want to bring up with Megan on the virtual reality stuff?
So from my limited understanding, I know that with the virtual reality, people can get their commercial pilot's license with some of these trainers. How much of that can go? I mean, how much is that advanced? How much, can people do that in a virtual world that they could, just do, that it mirrors reality so much that they can actually get their certification
Yeah. We haven't seen it yet. There's definitely, the technology's there though. We have like the eye tracking. We can get the analytics from it. It's there. We just haven't seen it quite yet from our side of it.
And you said the Air Force. What? I don't know if there's you're allowed to talk about it or what. Former militaries. Do you? Is it for pilots? Are they doing the same training like they were sitting in are you doing certain planes or which ones, or is it?
Yeah.
I mean, which?
I can talk about it.
Okay.
So we are doing maintainer training for the B-1 bomber.
Mm-hmm.
So we focused for the SIBR process, we focused on just 2 tasks. And so we did the task in virtual reality first, so the maintainers can go through that. And then afterwards, we have it in augmented reality. So with the virtual reality, they're fully immersed, they're in the environment doing it. And then in the augmented reality, they have the overlay on the actual B1B, and they're able to, see which thing goes next, like which task, all of the different tasks, it's all laid out in front of them so that we build that efficiency. In training times, we've definitely seen training times go down drastically. Sorry.
That's interesting. And so, but between virtual and augmented, your virtual is basically just the simulation of, you see what's on the screen, versus augmented. Can you kind of go into that a little bit more?
Sure. So with virtual, you are fully immersed. You can't see anything around you except the space. So
right.
with our virtual reality trainer for the Air Force, you're on the flight line and you have the B-1 bomber in front of you. And so you're able to do all of the tasks. We have instructions. It's all, we have the audio in it. And it goes step by step. There's a toolkit, and you start out in the tool shed, getting all your supplies for it. And so it really walks you through, step by step. And then we also added on a neat little feature that you can just go into, it's called sandbox mode. And you can just go into the cockpit and just look around. And it's just, more of a immersive experience. You can see what everything looks like, just play around in it. And then, but for the trainer, it walks you through step by step so that it almost like replaces the PowerPoints and, those types of things.
Okay.
So you have that muscle memory of doing it.
Right.
But for the augmented reality, we use the HoloLens too. And
right.
So everything, and we also, we partnered with Tactile and their product Manifest, which is an amazing product. And so we developed a TO scraper, so we can scrape out the technical orders from a PDF and put it into Manifest's platform so that it just streamlines everything. And so with this product, you can see everything around you. And it can show like videos. There's a whole bunch of different features that it can do, but it'll overlay the instructions to do it. So you're doing it, but it's a little bit, you're on the next step of being trained. So, but you can also call back to someone if you need help. They have like the remote connect. And so it's just the next step And then after that, after both of these trainings and the training time, I believe for the analytics for this project, it went down it was from like weeks to days that, the training time that it took, just because you're in this immersed environment, and having the muscle memory of doing it.
Interesting.
I think one of the takeaways for me here, the simulator market is not going away. It's gonna get bigger and bigger and bigger. How do you differentiate yourself with some of the larger competitors out there building these simulators and things like that? Do you feel that you're more marketing to a niche environment, or more toward larger scale? What do you find yourself more doing on your day-to-day with your projects?
I find our differentiating factor is that we're very agile. We can pivot whenever we need to. Being a small business, and also being bootstrapped, we can pivot to whatever we need to build and build custom to our clients' needs.
That's a perfect answer. That's one I was looking for. That's what makes the world that we live in, and especially in the places that we're speaking from right now, great, because you can get that support, immediate support.
Yeah,
that's
definitely
fantastic. The other part about that is like the way some of the industry is moving is building certification and training around certain platforms and making them a requirement before people are either to be deployed offshore or to be deployed into whatever field that they're going to be working in. Have you seen a move toward like some of the required training, or is it still kind of optional? Are you still working that in some places?
Yeah, it's still optional for the most part. It's almost like an added benefit, but I feel that as we move forward, it will be a requirement.
Yeah, it'll look something like so many hours virtual versus so many hours hands-on, and yeah, and I mean it does a couple of different things. For us in the drilling market, it takes away wear and tear on your equipment. Number one.
Yes, definitely.
That's the biggest thing, because the equipment repair is more expensive than actually finding somebody else to run the equipment. So the repairs, it cuts down on that.
It's also cheaper if you,
for sure. Sir?
It's cheaper if you screw something up in the virtual environment too. It's cheaper if you screw something up in the virtual environment.
Exactly. 100%. And that's the beauty of the product that they're bringing to market. It's a lot to be said. I mean, even whenever you put on one of the the HoloLenses, and I have a version of the Oculus from Facebook, and and even when you put that on, and you're inside of the even the range is a bit limited with the Oculus, but you still feel that you're in a different environment whenever you put it on. So it does give you that experience 100%.
Yeah, and we are testing out like all of the new hardware platforms that are coming out. I believe we just got in the Oculus 2. So all of the new platforms, our software is compatible with everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tom, any other questions for Megan?
No, it's fascinating.
It's exciting. It's
another
definitely
reason to ask for an Oculus for Christmas.
It's a good starter headset.
Yeah, it's fun. There's all kind of neat games to play on it. The kids love it.
The kids love it, but the dogs hate it. Just because you can't see where they're at, and they like to come check you out when you're doing it, and you can't see them.
Yeah, for sure.
In between sessions, I find with the Oculus, in between sessions, you can still see outside of the viewfinder, but
Yes.
it doesn't pick up small puppies. It doesn't work for like small animals that are in the room around you.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, we've had one for about a year, and the kids really like it.
Oh yeah.
There's a whole different, 20 years from now, this will be normal day-to-day life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in and out of that virtual world. So
Yeah, for sure. Well, thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it.
absolutely. Thanks for coming on and speaking a bit about your technology and your company. And tell Daryl I wish him good luck in his training here and his deployment and his. I know you guys are missing him here around the holidays, so hopefully he's back soon.
Yeah, definitely. He actually left around 2:30 this morning. So,
Great.
yeah.
Yeah, well,
For
just
sure.
like I told Donnie this morning, as well as Tom, and tell you for Daryl, thank you for his service.
Yep, I will
country.
definitely pass that on. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. So what do you think about that virtual technology?
I think it's fascinating. I mean, I think we're going to get to a situation, like instead of sending a service tech from, Houston to the other side of the world, we'll be able to, just have a headset on the rig on the other side of the world, and you can just someone on the rig can hook that up. And
you're right. One of the challenges there, Tom, is as these and Daryl and I spoke about it before. Daryl, his Megan's husband with 3D Media, as well as some of the other people that are trying to bring product to the market is the availability of bandwidth on board these offshore vessels and the rigs. Typically, these streaming connections to allow you to do real-time technical work is not something that's actively or readily available on site. And depending on the way these projects come up and down, take for example, some of the current kind of contracts that are being awarded to these rigs. You're looking at 30, 60, 90-day contracts and things like this, and it doesn't really bode well whenever you say, okay, well, we're going to introduce this new technology. Well, when you introduce this new technology, you have to introduce another $150,000, $160,000 if you're talking about 3 months here worth of communications cost to be able to support this kind of technology offshore. So the uplifting cost is one of their barriers to market offshore.
Yeah.
And this is why, 3D Media is partnered with ExxonMobil, because they have the revenue to be able to support bringing that product to market. Smaller companies, you have to look at multiple different opportunities there with smaller companies, whether it's and like we spoke about with one of our clients in Brazil there in Rio, I guess it was about 6 weeks ago, and how to approach the market with products that are, high bandwidth consuming products, is that you look at it from a maintenance perspective, in equipment term maintenance perspective. Say you have this, take for example, a mud pump that you want to work on and using this kind of technology. Well, it would look like you would take over the mud pump maintenance and agreement for 5 years and build this communications cost within the contract, right? And so some of these barriers to market is tough when you're talking about, augmented reality and virtual reality. But where 3D Media is at is good for proving ground before bringing those market products to the offshore environment. So it's really good.
Yeah, and I think with a lot of the predictive maintenance that's being pushed offshore, I think that infrastructure is just going to become part of it. You're seeing a lot of these companies that are, studying, hey, this pump, maybe it doesn't need to have the oil changed every 6 months. It can go 9 months or.
Yeah, for sure. The predictive maintenance. Yeah. And
with all the infrastructure that's going to be needed for that, I think a lot of that's going to help, bring up, where we can do augmented reality and virtual reality offshore.
No, it's gonna sooner or later end up there, but and it'll be good because it'll save us a bit of cost too from repairs. All right, so our next guest we're going to be bringing in is Miss Kristen from Oil Country Media. See if I can't bring her into the stream. Here we go. Good morning.
Good morning, Kristen.
Oh, no audio.
Can't hear you.
No bueno. Well, yes, there's a bueno. Wait, hold on there. It looks like on my side, Kristen, your mic is muted. So I'm not sure if there's a mute on the other side. There's a mute feature.
Yeah.
I tried to unmute you, but it says I can't unmute your guest. We've got Tom Roush in the from Data Gumbo in the holding area. And Kristen, if you want to sort your mic out, we can come back to you just in a few minutes or so. Just give me a high sign like this. All right, we'll bring you back on. All right, let's bring Tom Roush in from Data Gumbo, and we'll have a chat with him about some of the stuff that they're doing.
Yay, smart contracts.
Okay, can you hear me?
Absolutely, Mr. Tom. How are you?
Okay, my microphone is working.
It's the Greg, Tom, and Tom show now.
There we go.
Exactly. Glad to find there's more Toms in the world. I have kids, and I go to the daycares, and there's not a lot of Toms in there. So.
Oh yeah, we've got.
All right, so Mr. Tom, if you would tell us who you are and kind of a little bit about Data Gumbo.
Okay, my name is Tom Roush. I'm an account manager with Data Gumbo. Data Gumbo is about a 3-year-old company, and our sort of primary application is to provide transactional certainty between companies. So essentially, what we do is take the contractual relationship between entities and we code their contracts, and then we consume data from the process in order to interpret the outcome of the contract. And then that is written into a distributed ledger, which is a blockchain, which provides the trust so that the entities can then move forward based on the outcome of the data and not run through all kinds of manual checking, which introduces delay and this 30, 60, 90-day normal payment cycle. We can collapse that down to minutes by providing the coded version of the contract and using the data to determine the outcome.
So, Tom, I think you know you've been around for a couple of different presentations with Gumbo now, so you probably are better here engaging with Mr. Tom than I am at this point.
Okay, Tom. So basically, someone's off negotiating a contract. So from what I've learned, so first this has you have nothing to do with Bitcoin. Let's make some people here blockchain and their eyes go.
Yeah, we use blockchain technology, but it is not being used to facilitate any sort of cryptocurrency transaction that rides on top of it. So you can have a blockchain without cryptocurrency. You can't have cryptocurrency without blockchain, but you can't have blockchain without cryptocurrency. So blockchain consumes data and determines outcomes, but does not involve any sort of currency or tokens.
Okay, and so basically what this whole contract system does is it just smooths everything out. You have the agreements, you get it in there, and people don't have to, something happens in the field, it triggers a payment. Something, it meets the contract, it triggers a payment. You don't have to wait for a contract to be, 30 days for something to be approved, and, smooths out T's and C's. It smooths out the whole process, correct?
It creates certainty and trust between entities. So you think about what a contract is really just a series of if-then statements. If you do this, then you will get this outcome. And
Right.
those are usually sort of codified in a language, which is, say, English, and it's just all written down. If you do all these things, and then you countersign on both sides. And then the process occurs, and there's some sort of exchange of paper or email or Excel or PDFs. And then there's this, it takes a while for the other side to digest, hey, did this really happen? Should we go pay this bill? Well, that can consume an unknown amount of time, but usually a lot, a minimum of 30 days, 30-day net pay. It's an industry standard.
Yeah.
But if the upfront, the business logic is converted into code, and then as the business, as the deal moves forward, the data from that process is captured and then fed through the contractual relationship, you can determine the outcome, which normally means payment, in real time.
Mm-hmm.
What makes this work so that people will let go of the manual nature that they're using in order to facilitate these transactions is the blockchain or the distributed ledger, because what it does is write the outcome down into the ledger in such a way that both sides can see it, but it's immutable. They can't change it. So it's like a ledgering system that exists between companies. So you say company A has a ledger. It's their database, their bank account. It's something that holds something. And then company B has their ledger. And in that space in between, what they currently fill that with is all of their manual processes, which is email, Excel spreadsheets that they extract out of this database. They email it over here. But this requires people to continually proof this process. And what we do is fill that gap in between with the coding of the contract and the data from the process so that it is automated.
Mm-hmm. And
it eliminates the 30, 60, 90, 120-day wait period between companies for payments. And that has a substantial effect on every business process. It's a big deal. It's one thing to say, well, it just speeds it up. No, when you speed it up, that changes it, because that means you can have a different contract. You can have a more performance-oriented contract. If you do it to this standard, you get paid, this amount. If you do it to that standard, you get paid to this. And it's automated. You don't argue over it anymore.
It also matters about cash flow and availability of resources from day to day. Yeah.
That is correct, because the people that have to wait, first of all, if you're a construction company, you can only do business with companies that can wait 90 days for payment. And they're doing, they're not only, your subcontractor, they're your bank. They're financing you against their will because you're going to make them wait at least 90 days to get paid. When all of that is eliminated, that makes for a much tighter and better relationship between big entities.
No, I agree. And I mean, the thing about those 90-day payments is, like, you still have to pay your people, and you don't pay your people every 90 days. And so when you put processes in place and things like this to smooth transactions, it allows for your board and all of your stakeholders that's involved in the process to have a visible something that they can follow and something they can see from day to day, so they can make good, valid decisions from one day to the next.
Yeah, they can see things in real time. So, if you want to know, well, where are we this month with this particular vendor? As the blocks are writing, you can just extract that number out. What our CEO, Andrew Bruce, refers to as a real-time money meter.
Sure.
Delay is deadly for exactly the same reason. You got to pay your bills. And if you're waiting 90 days and they're going to dispute $1 million payment on a $5,000 discrepancy, this drives costs up. It drives costs up substantially. It
it's
drives
true.
companies out of business, and we can eliminate it.
The adaptation of the technology. So what are some of the barriers to market that you've seen, Tom, bringing the technology? Are you more reluctant between one party or the other party, or both parties at the same time? It's kind of you know what I mean? It's filling that void that you're talking about, the space between this company's process and that company's process. Are they, have you found people that's more receptive, and then their clients or their contractors are not receptive to being the other part of the process?
Well, depending on which industry and which process, the benefits accrue a little bit differently. So let's just say a service company, they just want to get paid faster.
Sure.
A customer, say an operator, an oil operator, wants certainty with what they're buying, and they want to be able to achieve maximal efficiency. So you have to find the benefit, the contractual value of both sides to get them to meet. There's not a lot of disagreement over whether the current process on both sides is subpar. There's plenty of pain on both sides, but there's just a change management issue with both, because the patterns of proofing and payment are deeply ingrained within these companies. And so to coordinate agreement on both sides, of course, is just difficult. But I mean, any new process to get it adopted is difficult. That's just how it goes. But
it is, but it has to be led by the person paying the bills.
They are typically going to say no definitively and stop the process. So you have to identify, well, what's really in it for them. But when you dig into these companies, you find that much of the delay is not just fun on their part. It's not just that they want to hang on to their money. They have real problems. They have uncertainty. They have data silos that they can't figure out how to match. They have legacy IT systems that are built for some whole other purpose other than facilitating a faster flow of their business process.
Exactly.
Are stuck as to how to fix it. So we can unstick them and make this work. Ours, Data Gumbo, is a subscription service. So we don't have to install anything or put in servers. Nothing is on-prem like that. They just hook the data sources up to us, give us access to the contract so we can code it, and we can make the business process flow.
How much time does this typically, you're taking our understanding, you're taking a lot of the labor out that was once there before. How much time do companies, is there, how much, I've read all this stuff about these people, all of a sudden they were doing all this extra work during the week, and now they had all this time freed up. What do you have an idea of how much time a company can save by adopting this?
It would be hard to put a metric on it. It depends on the process, but I'll give you an idea. Like if you have a company that goes through multiple layers of approval, or in the case of we did a project, a very public project with Equinor to automate the payments around water hauling. To get one, a truck goes to a pad site, picks up some produced water, takes it to a disposal facility, shoots it down the hole. Get that paid, there were 30 touch points. So that's a lot of time to pay one invoice, and there's thousands of these things coming through every month. So if we collapse that down to basically 2 touch points, that's a high metric in terms of savings. And some of the other that we took a services contract between a large oil services company and an operator. That was a very large 500-page contract that we coded to where our system could determine what the payment should be right at the close of the period. So let's just say it closed, at the end of the month at midnight. By 3 a.m., you know what is owed. That services company took 2 weeks to generate the invoice on using their manual process. So that's 2 weeks just to get the billing clock to start. They're still not going to get paid until 90 days. The billing clock doesn't even begin until they generate that number. We generated that number almost immediately because it was coded and it was being determined by the data through the process. So there's enormous savings depending upon whether the problem is thousands of tiny invoices that people are passing around and engaging in what I call fiduciary theater, because you don't know anymore at 30 days that you knew on day 1 if you're in Houston and this process occurred in Midland. Or there's contractual theater on the front end where there was this gigantic contract that when we've looked at some of these contracts, of course, we have to turn it into code, and you will discover conflicts within them.
Sure.
Lawsuits waiting to happen anyway. So when you code the relationship, it's perfect. When the data determines the outcome, it's instant. The blockchain just allows people to let it go. The system go and let it process, and don't wait and delay. And then you can have a better, more stable, more transparent business relationship between these entities.
Right.
Makes sense to me. I think the hidden time that we're not aware of whenever we start one of these contracting processes is something that you guys are easily able to jump in and get a hold of. The other thing is the adaptation of the technology in foreign markets with like your NOCs, your national oil companies. And let me be the first to say that, you know, that process or that barrier to market with those particular clients, I think your 90 days, you can look at 180 days with some of these guys. I mean, their process is double confusing just because of the layers of management within some of the different organizations, and you need basically an in-house ambassador to push your project to a level that gets enough visibility where someone will, see it and give it some attention.
I've looked at payment processes that simply cannot be conformed to. I mean,
it's amazing.
They'll never pay.
It's amazing.
They'll always be able to say, well, you did, here's Schedule Z. We don't have that. And so we're going to hold up this, $12 million payment on $500 worth of paperwork.
It's terrible.
Yeah. It'll drive companies into bankruptcy.
The process of thinking about, writing a check and giving it to somebody and putting it to bank, they have really, really messed that up. It's very easy. Then they have messed that up.
Yeah.
I've made a complete cluster out of it.
And delay is a killer.
Yeah,
it adds costs. It is just a problem, and it is a huge problem that we can solve. And in regards to, remember, we consume data, not money. So it's sort of we're data agnostic. Like, we don't care where the data from. You don't have to conform to Data Gumbo's data standard. If it's coming off a rig system or it's just coming through some telemetrics on a truck, we can consume it and make sense of it. Because we don't handle currency, it's currency agnostic. We're using data to determine a business outcome, and we're doing it real time in a trusted environment. And that's kind of what we mean by transactional certainty. So we can deal with as long as there's business logic and data, we can drive the outcome.
No, I like the concept, and I like the idea, and I've been kind of following Data Gumbo here for a couple of years now, and they seem to be getting a lot of good traction in some really good places. And so from my perspective, I wish Data Gumbo all the luck in the future. I know that there's a lot of people out there that need this technology. There's also a lot of need for ambassadors to change the current processes to something that works better for them. And it's not typically going to be, someone that's it's not always someone that wants to use new technology. It's typically somebody that wants the process to work better because they're tired of dealing with the paperwork. And that's the beauty of having the blockchain in place.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right. Their processes are just a legacy of how they came to be where they are. They're not mandatory. They're not loved. They're not even real. And so, like I said, they're waiting for no particular reason, and we can fix all that.
And the other part about it is it takes out contract manipulation too.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't want to point fingers, but there is fraud, or at least there's what we refer to more benignly as rounding up. So picks up a truck miraculously, every truckload is full. Whether they picked up 100 barrels or they picked up 105 barrels, they say they got 150 barrels because that's the maximum of the truck. So that's for the customer. That's where a lot of the savings comes from. They only pay what they actually got, because that's what the data confirmed occurred within the transaction.
No, it makes sense to me. I can't wait for, the future of these, because I even from my part of the business, I sign and stamp, hundreds, if not thousands of invoices a month still manually. So it's not something that's uncommon to, save yourself, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40 hours a month, just as a manager going through the invoicing process, a month in, so it's, even from our perspective, from the drilling contractor perspective, this could save, thousands of hours of work.
Yeah, and it's not available. We're not a white paper. We're a company. We can do this right now.
Yeah.
Engage with the customer. We can have them live within 90 days as long as the contractual relationship is known and the data sources are available. We can take them from day one to live in about 90 days.
What
other things?
Tom, what legacy systems do you see Data Gumbo replacing with some of your clients? Just I'm going to throw it out there because, there may be some people watching the stream that's using certain products and say, oh yeah, okay, well, these guys replace this product. So what legacy products are you guys seeing move out?
Well, obviously anything that's paper.
Yes.
This is just out, right from the get-go, because you just don't need to write this down. There are probably some ticketing systems that are work process flow that aren't really adding that much value, because ultimately this thing gets turned back into some sort of invoice. A PDF is really just an electronic piece of paper. So anything where that's the outcome, we could probably bypass those. And I think when you get towards the ends, toward the check run, there's some preparatory software that merely just manufactures an invoice from incoming data, but it doesn't really have anything connected to the actual data process connected to it. That can go away. I would say that just my observation that companies will email around their their redlined Word documents until they've made such a hash of it that, there's 15 copies out there. Nobody's really sure which one is the most up-to-date copy.
Oh man, you're speaking so many pain points here. I'm just laughing in the back. It's just, it is crazy. Yeah.
The smartest people in the world are using these tools from, 1998 in order to manage a multi-billion-dollar business process. It's a problem. It's a real business problem. So we can streamline and eliminate all of that. And then remember, once you have a contract that's a coded version, the next one you do is just a little bit of an iterate, change the dates and the name. There's just certain things you can change. You don't have to start that process over from the beginning. And it's not it's no longer a matter of cut, copy, and paste the English language into the next contract. It's just changing a few lines of code.
Right.
So a 500-page contract can be reduced down to something that's a fraction of the size of that. And it's much more manageable in that sense. It's much more, it's scalable in a way that the way things are done now, you got to throw a team of 12 people at it. You can't scale it, but when you turn it into code, it's executable and scalable on a much more manageable basis. And that's really where there's just enormous amounts of savings to be had and certainty. Like I said, I refer to this kind of as contractual theater on the upfront and fiduciary theater on the back, because the processes they're using don't really do what they say they're doing. There's not really agreement. There's 15 versions of the contract. There's not really fiduciary certainty. If you waited 90 days, what did you get? Just 90 days went by. You're no more certain. So that's what I mean by certainty. There's certainty in this process, and it's fast, and it creates a better business relationship between companies.
Yeah. So the contracts are going to, future contracts will be written in executable smart contract style, and anybody that wants to work for these people will need to fit in the trail to get in there. That's
correct. And there will always have to be a human read for legal enforceability. There will always have to be a natural language version.
Yeah.
But there is a coded version that represents the natural language version so that it can run through the system.
Gotcha.
They will all have to have a coded element to them in the future.
Well, Tom, you have a very interesting product. Data Gumbo and the rest of the team there have been working on the product for a long time. I think the future of blockchain technology and smart contracts is where every company needs to be at. they need to have a style or a form of a smart contract. That way it enables people in the future to be able to, get down the road with it and get on with business and get paid. That way they can see what cash they got in the bank from day to day. So
yeah, there's a multi-billion-dollar opportunity in lawyers and consultancies that create these relationships to create coded versions of their contracts so they can be just handed to us to be executed.
Absolutely. Well, Mr. Tom, it was great bringing you on today. Tell everybody out there where they can find you and find your company.
Finding Data Gumbo is very easy. It's just datagumbo.com. There's lots of recordings of webinars we've done. There's plenty of education to be had there. I can be found at tom.roush@datagumbo.com. So it's pretty easy to find me. Our HR person did want me to mention, since this is related to jobs, that we are hiring. From a financial perspective, everything's going great, but we don't work directly. We work directly with people and not with recruiters. So said I would mention it, and I did. I said I would do it twice. Recruiters, no. People, yes.
That's no problem. So that means anybody that wants to get in touch with anybody with Data Gumbo, you can hit Tom up, or you can go to Maxine, or you can go to any of the people in the company. Who's the HR contact, Tom?
Her name is Meredith Bruce.
Meredith Bruce. Okay.
Correct.
Fantastic.
And I think there's a link to her on the website, but if there's not, anybody that goes through the website will ultimately be routed to her. She's not hard to find.
Fantastic. We thank you for your time this morning and telling us a bit about your product, and we wish you a good day.
All right. It was my pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. So for everybody out there, we're running probably about 10, 15 minutes behind here. So we will go ahead and bring on Miss Kristen with Oil Country Media. And she swapped positions with Mr. Tom there with Data Gumbo. So we will bring her on now. Hello. Hey, Kristen.
Hi. How are you?
Good, good. I see we, for some reason, the mic works better now on this.
Well,
side.
I had Zoom on in the background, from a meeting earlier, and I didn't realize it was taking my speakers over that way. So I figured it out right when you switched him on. But thank you, Tom, from Data Gumbo, for filling in that spot. I would have hated for you guys just to have to keep on talking and waiting for me to figure out my mess, but I appreciate it.
we got the bald head and Greg show here, and we're really working on hard not to blind anybody from the light. So
we all are doing amazing.
So Kristen, we first had a conversation. I guess that was August 2017, I think, and when we were first moving out and looking at all these different kind of social media channels and what was out there and who was speaking about what and how we were going to kind of approach it from a hardworking atmosphere and what people deserve to get in kind of a networking kind of style and how we give back to the people and things like that. So tell me kind of where you're at now. Do you still feel the same way as you did in 2017 about it?
Oh, geez. Yes. And probably even started before that. But yes, like you've mentioned, you and I have been in contact for some time about this topic. And we connected pretty quickly once I saw what you were kind of doing for the oil and gas industry and trying to break out and have your own network for people to communicate and, put their information out there, and that isn't biased, so to speak. So, I guess it is biased because it's all oil and gas, but, we have other platforms that are kind of monitoring what we're putting out and and they're steps ahead of us as far as negative energy news goes. So we're kind of going at an uphill battle as far as being behind, on supporting our industry. And it's about that time that companies are letting people that they are employing that love their careers and their passions be advocates for the business. So
100%. I agree that it's way past time to be, to put a positive light on things as far as what we do. You're right. There is a lot of negative out there. And the problem is that the positive was always there. We just didn't talk about it.
Right.
We just didn't bring it to light. There was always, the success stories and a lot of different things that are happening behind the scenes. But typically as an industry, we're not one to get out there and, beat on our own drum like that. We don't want the publicity. We don't want the limelight. We don't want the cameras. We don't want things like that. We know what we do is beneficial to the world, but we also don't want the extra publicity. And why that, and we've sat there for multiple years and didn't get out there and put a positive light in front of some of the other things. And it's all underneath that term lobbyist, and we all get lumped into there. And that's not what it is. It's we need to share stories, real stories, real people, real photos, real things that are happening. And that's what, media companies like yourself and some of the stuff that we do, that's one of the things that we're really good at. So.
Well, you nailed it when you speak of lobbyists, and, there are wonderful organizations that really put out some great data that are pushing really hard for our industry, but they are tied to the government and to politics, and it still isn't exactly, from the inside of the industry, especially on the independent side. I mean, they do guide us, the Texas Railroad Commission, they make up all of our rules and, all of our inspections and the EPA and all of that. So we answer to them, but they're putting good information out, but we really need more companies that are, you would not believe how many times, and just right now when I'm putting in analytics and I'm doing my data work for companies, there's still so many companies that don't have social media pages, that don't have websites. There literally are companies that are working and doing very well in the oil and gas business on the inspection side or, on the service side that do not have a website. They have a listing. People know all about them. They have huge clients, but they're not out there tooting their own horn, so to speak, and kind of creating a culture for, their digital footprint. So it's important to do that, because that is all a part of the Pro Energy campaign, is putting your information out there and, creating an audience, but also not just learning about your audience, but the audience learning about you as well. And you can meet a lot of contacts that way.
Put a lot of face on things. We think about oil and gas as a product and not, a lifestyle per se.
Right.
When you put, say for example, if you're just selling whether it's pipe or whether you're selling tooling or equipment or whatever to the industry, a lot of these long-term relationships and contracts and things like that, were built, 30, 40 years ago in between these companies, and some of them even further than that, 50, 60 years. Some of these companies have been in business with each other. And, although the contract or the rate or, the payment plan has changed over the years, they've still remained, are kept intact. The one thing that's, had these contracts, and it wasn't social media. It was
right.
It was a relationship.
Well, yes. Yeah. The relationship and the follow through of, that relationship, but things do shift a little bit. There's, especially on the pipe side, there's been more, I was grabbing a drink.
Oh, go ahead.
Especially on the OCTG pipe side, there was a huge time where a bunch of steel mills were coming into the Houston area. So it gave a lot of people different options. But you're right. There's some solid relationships that you can't get in between. There might be an emergency on the weekends and they might need some coated pipe somewhere,
exactly.
But it's, and that might get you in for, an MSA and to be on the list and get some bids and stuff. But you have to work real hard, and you're right. A lot of it's cold calls. And right now it's a hard time too, because a lot of people aren't letting salesmen into their offices just yet. So, we're still kind of working around how to navigate through COVID, have a social media presence, show the community what you're doing, and also, bring in some, sales and leads. And for our strategy, it seems to be working a little bit slower than we anticipated, but definitely pushing forward. And, there's still, like I said, other people that are not doing anything in that regard. So I think everyone kind of needs to move to that, and maybe always have it as a tool, but not focus completely on that, because it's always going to go back to the handshake.
You have to, we found that you have to basically force them, or not force them, convince them of your results before they actually have the results. So you have to show them some kind of a study. You have to show them some kind of a traffic metric or something that shows them that, hey, if you have no presence on the internet, or you have no presence on any of the social media channels, this is what kind of traffic you could be looking at. This is what kind of leads you could potentially be looking at. But typically, their contracts are driven from the top down. So if the top doesn't have a social media presence and is not using social media actively, typically their contractors are not going to be using it actively. And it's kind of like a waterfall effect, right? And so it's typically what I do, the next person does in the industry, well, on the rig is what I mean, not in social media, but it's kind of, it's almost like a cookie cutter thing. Like you teach somebody how to do something and the next person picks up the same style and goes with it. And so what I mean, the industry has always been like that, even in regards to social media. And that's how we find that a lot of people doesn't have web pages or LinkedIn pages or Facebook pages. It's just because nobody's telling them to do it. I mean, we're telling them to do it. That's what we're doing now. So,
well, and they may have brochures and PDFs and presentations and things like that, but they might not have merged it over to the digital side to where it's, accessible online or on their webpage where they could download data sheets. I mean, it's slowly getting there, but when it comes to social media, you can absolutely have a strategy, and there will always be a loner out there. There might not be like everybody underneath a blanket of a specific company that works with them, but then there'll be all of a sudden somebody that does have a page that is trying to get geared up, that is trying to get some movement, and they're working really hard. And then you see them kind of fall off, and it's because maybe they weren't getting the feedback that they needed. But there's a lot of tools that you and I obviously have come across that we know how to help them learn how to navigate their social media, create a strategy, come from the top down, have a leader, create a team, set up some standards, and go out there and promote themselves. And if they can't handle it, there's obviously services and things that they can reach out to, and social media management. Not I do it, but there's also other programs that you can plug everything into as well. And although they're pricey, those analytics do come across and they are results, and you can show them. And if you've got a footprint and you've got people that are searching for your hashtag or using your hashtag, all of that eventually, as this digital transformation, moves forward, is actually going to mean something. It already does. It's just not to everybody. We're trying to get it to mean something to everyone. So it's interesting to see who's jumping back and forth on social media now and promoting their company in a way that they weren't before all of this. And I think maybe it will stick around a little bit. I think they're understanding what leads can come in and what phone calls do come in because you made a post and you had a hashtag. So, and then
That's right.
Having a community and a group of partnerships like we have, where you can share it and you can count on it to be shared. So it gets even more eyes and it goes even further when it comes to, impressions and reach and things like that. So
I agree 100%, Kristen. Even from the time we first started talking, I knew that, that Oil Country Media knew the playing field and had a good visibility about who the other players were in the social media kind of area and social media market. And the one thing, and just for the crowd out there that's on the stream, and one thing I can tell you from having, multiple discussions with Kristen, is she's a straight shooter. There's There's no BSing with Kristen. Like if there's something that doesn't work right, she just tells you straight up like that doesn't work. So there's no imagining anything there. It's just straight up, and that's what I like about it.
Well, I appreciate you. I'm not sure I'm always right. Sometimes when people go to these conferences and you get all these guides and you get all these books and they tell you to do something and you go and you navigate it and you take it to heart, but then you're like, no, I'm going to do it this way, and I think that sometimes you got to be wary of if everyone's telling you to do something a certain way, but they're doing something on their own that's working for them. They're not telling you what to do it, this step, then all of a sudden this is going to be you. They're going to give you little tips, but sometimes they might lead you astray. It might be what is general, but it might not be what's specific for you or your company. And you kind of have to break the rules and not be scared to put yourself out there. And, and that's kind of where you fall into. So I appreciate you, Greg.
This is one of the things that, I've had multiple conversations about Parler here over the last 3 or 4 weeks. And people ask me my impressions about Parler and my thoughts about Parler. And Parler being the Twitter competitor, and now as of a week ago, it was the top downloaded social media application on Google Play and iTunes. And it is a Twitter competitor, but it is basically a conservative platform. So let's take this, and this is what I tell people when they ask me what I think about Parler. And I would say, okay, well, imagine being in a room where everybody agreed with you, but actually everybody was wrong. So just imagine being in that same room and you're all going to go out and you've been given a map and you're going to dig for treasure, and you all agreed in the same spot. And there was one person on the outside of that room that actually knew where the treasure was at, but you and your other 30 coworkers or 30, people are going to go digging in the wrong spot because nobody would listen to the other person. Okay. So I don't always want to be agreed with.
Mm-mm.
I don't always want to be in a group of people that see things my way. So that's one of the fallbacks that I have with Parler, is that there is multiple people that have different opinions that don't necessarily fit into a conservative group, but they have viable opinions about things. And so that's where I separate from Parler, is because I don't want to be in a group of people that always agree with everything I say. What kind of fun is that? I mean, what?
It won't last.
I mean, it's he's making a pretty good run at them right now. I mean, I think Wrigley's is 13,000 or something in the download store now. So I can give him props for being number one on the top. So
I heard somewhere it was 1,000 downloads a minute or something like that. People are switching over.
Hey,
so I set one up, but only because this is a free tip. But I mean, not to you because I know you know this, but to anyone else out there. But these social media accounts, regardless if you're going to use them, you need to go and store your company's name. That way, no one else can use them. And when you go, if you ever do need it, it's there for you and it's yours. You don't want someone else using your company name either. I've had that happen. I've had to have a couple of accounts shut down. They were using my logo and my name. I've had people say they worked for us, had fake accounts. So, that's kind of where social media management comes in. But I always say lock the name down. That way, if you need it, you have it and it's yours. It's secure and you don't have to worry about it.
No, I agree. And even the domain.
I went looking for you on Parler.
You went looking for me? I'm there.
Yeah.
I'm there with Rick. No, I'm there, but I have not been active on it.
Okay. For some reason, I got frack feed. I've got like 3 friends, but
I downloaded Parler about 6 months ago, and as the co-founder of a social networking platform, you're always curious about what everybody else has and what's on the go. Not necessarily about competition or being competitive, because definitely not in my realm of politics to be on Parler talking about politics, but it was just about kind of the user experience of the application. You know, what makes it feel good, what, you know, how's it streamlined, what works better here, what works better there. So it's all about understanding your competition.
What did you think?
I found it very off the shelf. You know, I found that the Twitter is obviously a much more advanced version. I mean, the Parler felt kind of like a Google Plus type situation, and there was a lot or application, and it felt like that, you know, the feedback from the development team or some of the, you know, my application team said that, you know, their design is pretty easy design. So it's not like something that would take, you know, millions of dollars to get out there. So the hardest part about these applications is the architecture to keep them running from month to month. You know, so, and it's going to be no secret, but I mean, our architecture that we run here is for Lynx is on AWS. So it's managed by Amazon, and 2 servers, you know, one here, one overseas. But, you know, the upkeep of that is a steady cost, and it doesn't go away. It doesn't. So if you don't have a paying subscriber or a marketing plan in place, you can't continue to pay for the architecture, right? And so I don't know what their plan is in place, whether it's angel investment or what it is. But I mean, if they're hitting the downloads that I think that they're hitting, then I mean, they're crashing their servers, and they don't have the rollover capacity in their database to keep up with the additional, you know, information that's coming in, and that's costly. So they better have the checkbook ready. So
yeah, I've been on there. You know, it's interesting how it works. I like that there's more characters you can type than on Twitter, but I don't know how quick it'll catch on. And then there's that MeWe, but I'm sure someone will pump some money into them if they're hurting for an investment.
Well, MeWe has been around since 2015. You know, they spent from 2015 to 2017, not even public, working on the application in the background. So they spent multiple years working on this thing. So, I mean, you know, if there's anybody out there, you know, competitive, you know, against Facebook, and it's going to be MeWe. So.
Well, I've never signed up for MeWe. I've seen it for years, but I've been focused on these these mediums and growing these pages. And, you know, here we are in 2020, and it's, you know, a different thing. And we all knew that we needed something different for oil and gas. We all knew that we needed, you know, a network of people that wanted to push it out, and LinkedIn's friendly, but that's just the network we're in. I'm not certain that, you know, Microsoft and LinkedIn is oil and gas friendly. It's our network that we're all connected to. So
no, that's right.
That's
right. You know, your second and third degree connections, you know, some of those connections outside of your inner circle, some of those are not friendly. And what I typically do from my side using LinkedIn is I, you know, monitor all the other resources. That way you can see the oil and gas stuff coming in, as well as the, you know, the green energy stuff coming in, as well as the renewable stuff coming in. So I'm monitoring or watching all of those kind of verticals at the same time. And so you use LinkedIn kind of like a multiple or a multi-news feed of everything at one time.
Well, their news feed is their oil and gas news that comes in isn't anything isn't where I get my media or my news. You know, it's very biased. Or at least what sits through it, and then
it's a source. You're right. You have to watch the source. Yeah.
I see it, but and I monitor, you know, the hashtags and the keywords and competitors and stuff on analytic data. But it's interesting because even the companies that are running their social media pages that have like a large following because they have maybe 129 employees, those pages that are getting likes and things are generally going to be, you know, customers or employees. So things like what we're doing, and, you know, and I'm new to LinkedIn. That's not where my focus was, but where you really blew up on LinkedIn, you're bringing, you know, the employees into a network that isn't necessarily where they work. And there's two different tones in that atmosphere, you know, versus on your company page. Now, that doesn't mean you can't be an advocate and still be a part of a network like that, or, you know, follow social media or join Oil Country Media or listen to podcasts and have your own voice. But, you know, there are social media policies in place, rightfully so. You know, I have to go and delete things all the time that shouldn't be put, or some random person. And if you didn't have some kind of system that was telling you every time your page is mentioned, every time your hashtag is mentioned, you would lose that easily, you know, in the mess of everything and just in your day and your meetings and things. So those kind of things really do help, you know, us monitor it, but I'm not sure that other companies understand that they can be doing that. And I think that it's people like us that are showing them, hey, this is the data that you can take from your social media and turn it into a strategic, you know, plan for sales strategies and
that's right.
Your ROI and what is social ROI, because that is a thing. And, you know, that's about the community and the things like that. So I don't know. I'm very passionate about it, as I know you are. We have two different goals, or, you know, the way that we approach it. I cover events mostly, and you're creating your new platform, which is growing, and your pages are growing. So it's always awesome to see what you're doing. But our ideas as far as how we approach putting our message out and connecting with an audience aren't the same. And that's highlighting the people that are actually in the industry doing the work, and, you know, connecting them. You connect them to jobs, and Instagram. I connect them to conferences and things that they can do. And during this pandemic, it was a time that people could really actually take the chance to connect to these conferences in a virtual aspect that they weren't offered before. So they could see that it wasn't just all corporate and a stuffy room, that it was actually, you know, people that have worked out on the field, worked out on rigs, you know, worked their way up, decided to become an entrepreneur in times like this. And that's kind of the thing about right now is it's tragic what we're going through, but so many people are doing things they've really wanted to do. So many people have the time right now, or the option to put all of their focus into something else because, you know, the livelihood depends on it, to create something that, you know, might take them to the next 10 years if we can turn this oil and gas industry around.
Oh, I agree. I think the largest thing is we need to keep the positive mentality in the mindset, and we just stay on it being positive. So, Tom, you got anything you want to chat with Kristen about before we jump off?
No, I think we covered it all. I think Parlor is definitely still in its infancy. I think it's kind of, you know,
cookie cutter.
Well, yeah, it's you know, you got to start with somewhere. But I can see people's frustration when I know a bunch of people that have gotten their stuff, you know, blocked and censored, and what's that? Yeah.
I'm still off Facebook
all the time.
I'm still off Facebook. I have no personal account on Facebook.
All the time. I don't know if it's, you know, people that just don't like me. I don't know if it's people that wanted to sign up for hard hat stickers and didn't send me their city, but sent me their street address, you know, and it took extra time for me to get it. I don't know if it's people that hate energy. I don't know if it's all the fractivists. I don't know if it's Instagram, but I get shut down all the time. And I'll have like a 24-hour block, and I'm like, oh my gosh, and I'm just sitting there constantly. You know,
you should
go through all these steps.
You should see some of mine and Kristen's text strings.
I know. I was saying, I'm texting Greg. I'm like, you're not gonna believe what happened.
and I'm like, I'm out of Facebook. I can't see any of that.
But that's why what you're doing is so great, because, you know, we're funneling people to a network that does exist, that's for oil and gas, that isn't gonna do this.
No, that's right.
You know, and
Parlor offers you free speech. Lynx offers you free speech in the oil and gas. So you know, if you're conservative in your oil and gas, you can come over there too. It's okay.
There you go.
We like everybody here. So
yes, and you know, that's what we need. So it's funny too, because this is the time for these transitions to make such a huge impact. So that's why I've had my my head in the books, and I've been going to all these conferences, and I've been trying to, you know, really just soak it all in and wrap my head around where I want to go and where I want to take some companies that, you know, I work with and work for. And, you know, there's a lot ahead, but you don't want to rush it and put stuff out there that's not for the right time. There's a tone right now. Everyone's
Exactly.
getting upset over everything. So it's like, but you have to stay energy proud, and you can't let what's going on, scare the
demotivate you.
industry. Because if anything's going to happen great, it's going to be because of, the geniuses in oil and gas and the innovations, and that's just how it is. And they can fight that until the end of time, as far as I'm concerned. But I did want to say I have gone live on Instagram. They can only see me, but they're hearing you. It's facing you right now. It's been going on this whole time. So I will save that and kind of promote them switching it out to your replays on LinkedIn and on Facebook from Instagram. And then I've gone ahead and I've released a couple of documents for social media, just some tips. I've never done this before, but these are actually tools that I actually use. So your event today kind of gave me the opportunity to put a download link. I've already put it on LinkedIn. I've kind of highlighted a little bit on Instagram, but I'll make sure that the links go out. But they're just downloadable PDF files that kind of sets you up where to start, 5 of my biggest tips, and then kind of like a company. If you have to sit down with your company, you say, we need social media, and then you kind of fill out this form, and it kind of gets the ball rolling for your team. So that's it.
Well, I appreciate your time, and I always look forward to speaking with you face to face, or over the phone, or over text. It's always it always seems to be a good fire conversation anytime we decide we want to have a chat about anything. So as always, we can we seem to fix the world's problems in just a few seconds. So Kristen, I appreciate you joining us today. It's been absolutely amazing, and we look forward to covering more events with you in the future.
Oh, I'm so excited. And thanks for putting up with my mic. I was like, oh, the social media girl can't do her mic. I apologize. Thank you so much. All right.
Absolutely. Thanks. Perfect. Thanks for coming in. All right.
Bye.
Bye. All right. We have Ms. Michelle Payne from MSHS in the holding area there, and she's been with us for a good 30 minutes. So I got to give her props for hanging out
patience, yeah.
while we sorted through the data gumbo and oil country media swap there. So the timing wasn't perfect, but we're gonna bring her onto the stream now. Good morning.
Good. I'm in Florida, so good afternoon.
Oh, you're in Florida. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Good afternoon. Sunny Florida.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So, so tell us a little bit about what you do and who you work for, Michelle.
So I'm the director of sales and business development for the company. It's Motor Services Hugo Stamp, and we basically were MSHS. And it's a group of companies that is catering to pretty much anything mechanical on ships, power plants, pipeline, refineries. The team, they do a lot of control system work, upgrades, retrofits, and my area, my team's area focuses mostly on services for and end up retrofits and upgrades for ships, tankers, container ships, but also drill ships, drill rigs, platforms, as well as power plants that run on diesel engines, gas, MDO. So it's pretty broad. Turbocharging equipment, and we're kind of the sales organization for all that, and looking for retrofits and looking for service agreements. And we have a large service crew that goes out and performs a lot of this work. And that's why I'm here.
Awesome. So which, so I think I may have, so where is MSHS based out of? Is that Florida?
Yeah, the head office is in Florida, Fort Lauderdale, but we've got branch offices in Louisiana, so Harahan, and then we've got also in Everett, Washington.
Okay.
And then we've got another office down in Rio, in Brazil, that also is doing some of the similar work, a little bit more down there on the power plants.
Okay.
Maintaining and operating a couple power plants down there.
Fabulous. I think the was one of the things here I was going to ask was how before we get into kind of what kind of personnel the MSHS is looking for and whatnot, but how are your guys' new projects coming along? Like, are you seeing a bit of uptick in different things, and not necessarily related to oil and gas? I mean, it's but how are things kind of going for MSHS?
I am going to say I guess like everybody, we saw a little bit of a slowdown mid-year. We did a lot of work in the cruise ships or cruise industry and ferries. We do a lot with ferries, and because they don't have the ridership, they're not operating. In some cases, they weren't operating at all. So that, of course, we had to kind of shift our focus and look a little bit more on diversifying. But this group is actually quite diversified, I will say. But so we've kind of, I won't say that we've lost too much in the power plants, except some of the over the last months, it got a little bit easier, but you go and you've got to go into some of the borders. We do a lot of work actually in the Caribbean. We travel. We might travel to Guam and perform work in the yards there, or over in right now, as I said, we're in the Bahamas. And if we can't get out of here because there's a shutdown, then
right.
So that work didn't necessarily get canceled; it got postponed. So I'm going to say we're relatively busy.
It's a have work, will travel type scenario.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So, what positions are MSHS looking for, or looking to place, or what kind of technical background should some of these people have, and that you're looking for? So,
we're right now we're looking for mechanical engineers. An engineering degree, of course, is nice, but we're looking for experience specifically on high-speed engines, medium-speed engines, low-speed engines. Low-speed engines, clearly it's not going to be so much in the oil and gas industry, but anybody with low-speed engine experience, we'd love to talk to them. We're not even focused so much on having somebody relocate. We also have done remote contracts just because we've got a lot of activity, and we know market's challenging right now.
You hear that out there, all you mechanical engineers that's in the stream or watching the video, that they do work with remote mechanical engineers. So if you're looking for work here, then you can definitely send anybody here on the stream a message. Myself, Tom, we'll let Michelle get to her contact points and everything for the company here in just a few minutes. But how has, other than, I know that you're traveling back and forth between Houston and Florida, but how has kind of COVID-19 impacted any of the MSHS kind of operations? Or are you finding you're hard to keep talent in quarantine, or is it something there that's so the kind of the flavor of this has been, everybody is very acceptable of the process because they're happy to just be working. Yeah. So no one is really disputing anything that's happening right now, other than just being a little bit longer time away from home. So how's MSHS kind of working with that process?
The different facets of the group. So we actually have a lot of work that comes into the shop as well, whether it's Some of our small engines come in and we completely revamp those, or go into boat yards. The travel out has been a challenge, as yeah, I mean, everybody knows, but it's not impossible. And taking certain precautions and doing testing, and our team is well equipped for the testing, and we are essential. I forget how it's essential workers, something.
Yeah, essential workers. That's correct.
We have that designation, so we haven't been blocked. It's more the customers, or the country, or the customers' safety precautions. Of course, we follow those. So from a sales point of view, nothing has stopped, except you can't get that face-to-face, which is
right.
No matter how strong Teams, Zoom, what is the other one? Anyway,
yeah,
Skype.
Yeah.
No matter how strong those are and convenient, it is convenient, but nothing takes away that face-to-face.
I agree.
So we're kind of making up for things, and you make phone calls, and where customers are willing to even meet in a parking lot, to have an informal or formal discussion, meet at a restaurant. We're careful. Everyone's got to be careful.
Drive by with the windows down.
Precise. Hey.
Adapt to the situation. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But no, that's great.
Bottom line, it's not. It didn't. Power plants still need to run. Ships, other than the cruise ships, they need to operate. So we've found ways. We've stayed busy.
Yeah, the cruise ships will be taking our money before long. They won't stay down much longer. That's for sure. I mean, I did read, what was it, a week ago, that they are facilitating new processes in place, and they're starting to recrew back up and get back on the schedule, so they won't be long out.
Yeah, fingers crossed for that industry.
For sure, for sure. It's it's hard to run a cruise ship without crew.
Yeah.
So.
Or passengers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so Michelle, just to kind of wrap things up here with you, where can anybody that was on the stream, or anybody that views this later on, where can they find you, and where can they find MSHS?
Our website, it's mshsgroup.com, and you scroll down just a little bit, and there's a careers tab or block. You can reach in there, and then you'll see all the openings for all the service technicians, service engineering roles.
Awesome.
Or other roles.
So you hear that, everybody? Go check out the website, scroll down there and hit that careers tab and see what they got available. She said there's remote work, so make sure you keep that in mind. Depending on where they're at worldwide, they may be looking for you right now. So Michelle, it's been an absolute pleasure as always. I'm glad that you came on, and this is my first event with MSHS, and I hope to speak with you guys in the future, and hope you can get staffed up.
Thank you much. Thank you.
Absolutely. Have a great afternoon in Florida.
Thanks a lot.
Bye.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, man. That's wild. We are at the end here, Tom. So from our side, that has been a solid. Let's see what time it is. So from my side, that's 5.5
hours.
5.5 hours of streaming there. So we wanted a few more people to come in and from the recruiting side and offer a bit more insight, as well as jobs and some different details. But there's this thing about timing, and with LinkedIn Live, you got to use it within the first 30 days or something and get it in there. Although we were a bit late coming to the table on this event, it was shortly planned in 2 months, and we've had a really good turnout on all the channels as far as comments, attendance, viewership. I mean, the amount of feedback we got early in the morning, and it started dropping off closer to noon. It doesn't surprise me with the way traffic is and the way the way the internet works. So everybody's starting to taper off and look for something to eat pretty soon, or headed to bed in other parts of the world. So again, so from my side, I'm Greg Williams. I am the co-founder of Lynx, which is a social networking platform for the oil and gas industry, as well as we provide niche marketing, social management, promotion, networking, email marketing, website direct advertising. We do just about anything online that you need done. And Mr. Tom is our business development manager. Say hi, Tom.
Hi.
Hi, Tom.
Hi, Tom.
We
love that line.
we look forward to speaking with all of you in the future, and you can find me on just about every platform except Facebook, because I'm disabled at the moment. I don't know when I'll get that back, but it doesn't matter. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn. You can reach out to me on Instagram. And actually, if you really want to get in touch with me on Facebook, then you can probably drop Tom an inbox and probably find him quicker than you can find me. But we're out there. Lynx is on every platform. So drop a mail in there, or drop a message in the inbox, and we'll get back with you.
Sounds good. Thank you, everyone, for participating, and we enjoyed having you on.
Yeah, it's been an absolute blast. I think the event was a success, and we will actually start planning for 2021 as soon as this is over. So thanks for everybody for participating and all of your comments, and we wish you a good day, and let us know what you thought about the event. Go to the platforms and leave us a review, or leave us any kind of comments you'd like to, and we'll tell you if we like your comment or not. Thanks, everyone. Have a wonderful day, and we will speak to you in the future. Bye. End the broadcast.